Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, where we are growing our population, trying to become positive on our income, and probably fighting with some economic situations relating, well, the iron price going down, so our iron setup might have to wait a little bit probably. Last time we had, I think, 1 or 2 events driving down the price, which on one hand is nice because steel is going to become cheaper, but on the other hand, well, I wanted to export iron ore, so looks like we won't be able to do that. Our main export goods are clothing and lumber, so we need to keep this area well supplied with trees until we can research the automatic tree replanting policy. Looks like the amounters we have here is very nice. This is all regular education workers. We have some unemployment right now. That might be because we're not picking up highly educated workers. When I initially set up the bus route, I wanted to make sure that we get the university education going, but I think I need to change our bus routes for the rail construction office and the clothing factory to pick up anyone. Otherwise, as our higher education goes up, we'll start having fewer and fewer workers able to go to these industries. The other thing we are going to try and do is build to an oil depot, I think, because last time we checked, the fuel and oil price were going up. It's staying about the same right now, but it's still increased by over double that what it was from the start, so I think maybe the oil field idea is the best option right now, especially with the iron ore price taking a nosedive. We can take the cheaper iron price and probably import some much needed steel, because the price of that will also be nice and low comparatively. But yeah, we will have to grab some construction offices, move some equipment over, and I think work on an oil field in this area. I don't think there's anything closer that we can build. Like this oil field up here is probably the best. Okay, it's winter again, it's very hard to see yellow from red. Well, the only oil field closer would be this one that we already found, so I guess we could have an oil pump jack right here, exporting to the customs house, building that up really quickly, and maybe having a fire station in the area. I think that would be fine. That might even be the better option, because it's right next to the customs house, and that might fund our continued construction if it's profitable. We still need the road construction to it, and we need the connection to the customs house to make sure that we have some much needed fire safety in the area. To get the equipment over, we will have to build the gravel road over here and connect it to this one. Maybe a slightly earlier downward slope into this elevation. And then later on, we have to build to this oil field, I think. This hill is very, very steep. Would need a lot of terrain works to cut this down, but I think it would be possible. The other alternative would be going through this area. And over here there's no chance of going around this, this would be too long. I think the best option is probably to go through here, although this one seems quite nice because it leads into an open area that would allow us to have access to some space for a new town. But first up, we're gonna build a pump jack with maybe a microbus that brings in workers as a firefighting force, and then we're just going to export said oil directly to the customs house. And yeah, we'll probably redo the road over here for now. I will leave that and connect this here. And maybe, probably, I'll make this a dirt road. So we can place a construction office and start building from this area as well. But I guess I'd rather build from our existing area actually. I think that one is fine. So all we need would be electricity in the area, which we have. And a fire station. And then at some point we might develop this area to provide maintenance. Maybe, I don't know what else we could do here, farming. I think the settlement on this side might be nice, and they could potentially drive over on the back end here to provide fire safety to the lone pump jack, but this area would then deal with the fire safety in this area, which would be a much more efficient oil extraction location than the one we have planned right now. This road probably through here, I think so. Snake through this area. And then over here, do I have to go all the way back there? No, I can already climb this. Probably. Yes. And then we'll make this intersection normal, like so. And then we have our connection. We'll remove as many points in the road as possible to have this as one construction task, which will make it easier to basically build. Okay, that should be everything. And then if I select this, it should highlight the whole road. Looks like there's maybe one more dot here. Yeah. In the shadow. Okay, now it's all highlighted, so we can start constructing this road, which will take a bunch of gravel. But that's fine. And we'll build this section and this section, giving us access to the lone pump jack to maybe help drive down the price of oil by itself, but most likely just to give us some extra income. And we'll just have one or two oil trucks parked here. No dedicated storage for this at all. And fire station wise, we'll have to see. I don't think a town over here could save this. But I do believe I want a fire station in the area. We also need a gas station here, otherwise it's gonna get annoying with manually controlling a gas station all the time. Just a small one. On the intersection here is probably okay. Also in range of the electric connection. And we'll just use an above ground wire, which is quick to build and to replace in case we need to change something. Hook this up right now directly to the customs house, which will be imported in rubles, which is fine. Currently no real plan to transport this to the west, although we will do that at some point, but not right now. Let's see again, power line connection here. Let me cut across the road earlier. There we go. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. This is gonna be tricky. Maybe. Should be okay. We'll see. Is fire turned on? Yes. Fire is definitely turned on. I will provide a fire station here just because I think it's gonna be profitable. And we will run it with foreign workers, I think. Like a small fire truck. Bringing a few workers here every now and then. Should be enough. I guess we could build the fire station as close as possible, but this should be enough. As long as the fire truck can extinguish the fire. I don't know if the smallest one will be able to. Guess we're gonna find out. Alright, so now we have a mixture of workers in the clothing factory. Meaning that we should be running this full time. All the time. Even if our education starts going up. Hopefully the trees won't become an issue. Looks like one of the logging camps has already run out. I'm wondering if I should twist this logging camp away from this one, to have this one face down this way. It would give it more range in this area, because right now this one has a lot of trees, and this one has barely any. So if I relocated the logging camp down here, the idea is that the split between the logging camps wouldn't be here, but about here. So one gets a quarter, the other one gets a quarter. I think I have to relocate this logging camp, make it more efficient in this area. So we'll have to twist this around and get a factory connection going. The road connection will be necessary for refueling, but otherwise I think if we have this over here, that would be better. And since we don't need the rail connection anymore, I think this is easily feasible. This shouldn't affect us anymore. We'll have to remove the footpath to the clothing factory temporarily to get the road connection through. But they can, okay, they cannot reach the bus stop right now. While this is being removed, we'll use a dirt footpath. And now they can still reach it. And once it's removed, I can remove the dirt footpath, put the road in, and reconnect the regular footpath with the dirt footpath, providing access in the meantime. Okay, so we're slowly gonna build this road all the way up here. And set up a singular oil well with very low efficiency, but it should still be fine. One truck might be enough to run it though. It might be very slow. I'm gonna get a western truck to run it. For sure. Yeah, this will take a little while to get over there. So we're gonna do the upgrade project over here. I might relocate the logging camp all the way to this area. Let me in the meantime disconnect the factory connection and tell you to pick up logs from here and bring them into the sawmill, which is faster. Then we can remove the factory connection and not run into any problems while we rework this area. And yeah, if I put this logging camp down here, should give fewer trees to this logging camp, but it should make everything a little bit more efficient. Up here I will leave this as is because the roads are already in place, but yeah, this one can be moved a little bit and it wouldn't affect much at all. Demolition office is on its way. Could also leave this logging camp standing around, but we'll relocate all vehicles and then demolish it. And we'll place this one as soon as we know if we can fit it on the factory connection. The price decrease in iron ore. I'm wondering if I should just go ahead and build it now, because it's probably going to go up. I mean, we're always going to use steel, and I think I'm just going to construct this, because the reduction in iron ore price means the iron is cheaper. So we're going to use the cheap price to build this, and then hopefully benefit from it. Waste should only ever go out of this, not in. And the technical service has to bring all of the waste in here. And probably pick up water and sewage from the customs house, but I think it will have to hold all waste trucks, and the water and sewage will have to come from our regular technical service. All the way up the mountain road. We'll get 2 waste trucks and maybe a snowplow in this area. So we can plow the road down here. Make sure that the fire truck from up here can also get down this area quite easily. How many individual lines am I up to? Oh my god, I haven't counted them. This many. Although our western export is obsolete because this was truck based. Um, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. 28 lines. So we have 28 individual lines, one of them is a rail line, the rest is vehicles. I also, last time when we changed the food situation, I'm considering this repair station again because, yeah, look, it doesn't have any plastics right now. I think we've set the mechanical components too high, so it doesn't get the other materials. Either I have to probably split up the other materials or reduce the amount of mechanical components being transported. I think we're going to store equal amounts of everything, which will mean fewer mechanical components, more other components basically. And then the mechanical components have an earlier chance to run out. Only 1.5 tons once it has been used up at some point. Meaning that the truck might run more frequently. And I will, I think, increase the amount of resources stored in here. Like fabric is probably too much. But plastics is not enough. Electronic components is probably fine. I'm just going to increase everything to about a ton. I can't select this individually. Yeah, this is percentage based. So that's a lot of fabric. I'm gonna go fewer fabric. I don't think we need that much. I think plastics, electronic components and mechanical components are probably a higher priority. And this should hopefully allow the repair station to fill up more consistently. And for the rail construction office, I think everything is fine. We haven't had any issues. Right now we're bringing workers here that we probably shouldn't, but it's basically preventing unemployment. I guess I could temporarily turn off the rail construction office, which makes sense. And then put the workers to work in the tunnel construction instead. We have 4 microbuses. That fits well into a customs road depot, into a free road depot. And then we have more workers available for this whenever they feel like it. It is set to low priority, so workers are going to go up here first. I also wonder if I should already start bringing a bus up here. so we don't have to rely on the small construction office buses. And the bus route would basically ensure that once we buy a fire engine, it would always be able to run. I wonder, I probably also need a gas station up here. I need a lot of gas stations. 30,000 workdays? Oh yeah, we started at 27,000 with the tunnel. We're down to 20,000 for the current phase, so we already did some work. It's been an ongoing process. So I guess we need another gas station, small one, up here. Since I can't really bring fuel into these buildings and keep the vehicle there, and then when an emergency vehicle arrives it gets blocked. So we'll just have external gas stations everywhere. It's a long-term project. We're gonna develop around this side first and try to access the oil, I think. At least with a small, very inefficient pump jack. And if we still need more, we're then at the customs house where we can develop to this oil field over here. I assume it's just in this area, right? I haven't looked if it develops in another direction. It is up here. Nothing in this side. Yeah, it's all the way on the water. Can't see anything else. There's more. But that's on the other side of the lake, that doesn't matter. At least the other one is more easily accessible. Oh, there's more here. That one would be good for this area, like similar to this. That's outside the border, that doesn't matter. And there's some oil here. Very high quality too. That would speak towards getting around here and building the town on this side and hooking up this oil. One pump check, 75% quality, can probably feed about 3 trucks and would give us a lot of oil. Some profit early on, and then in the future just keeping the fuel price low. We'll probably have to build towards that instead of getting food and alcohol. Because I have to say the oil price scares me. Oh well. It is starting to think about taking a little bit of a drop here. But yeah, the fuel price is very high. I think in the future at some point this will probably be replaced by a cableway station and we just carry the waste down via cableway cars directly into the waste loading station. But that's very far off. We will need research for cableway cars, so that's in the very far future. 7 students ahead of time, so they are older than 21 and still studying. Still not too bad. I'll just give them the time. Now it's down to 6. And this one also finished education. This one's almost done. They are almost done. Yeah, they are not far behind, so... I would like to balance the amount of workers in this area where we have some people living here, basically. So I don't have too many workers in the university. Might not be good for their health, living right next to the heating plant, but what can you do? $500 workers with lower education, 412 with higher education. Very good balance. Footpath being deconstructed. You have iron scrap that you don't want to get rid of for some reason. I guess we're gonna kick that away and waste 10 rubles. Not sure why you didn't want to remove that, but transfer for big gas. So you were supposed to drop that in here, but you didn't want to. Why are we filling up on mixed waste in here? Because you have hazardous waste, and you also have. Oh, you also need to be switched over to the new storage. Maybe that's why you didn't drive, because there was no space. But yeah, you go, and we'll leave you with the hazardous waste. We just need to make sure that the mixed waste is actually being handled. This should be fine. Maybe I can relocate the waste storages closer to this side, next to the customs house, but this area is next to the prison and was planned that way, so we'll keep it. That'll be fine. And we will be using a lot of money for the construction of this. The conveyor belt, the mine taking 74 tons of steel, this taking 15 tons. I don't know if we can afford it, but I would like to get everything in place. I think if we start exporting iron ore, it's still going to be profitable. We might have to grab a loan to assemble a train for it though. So these signals are correct. There's only ever one train supposed to be on this block. There's no sharing. So hopefully this is fine. Water has been filled already. Sewage is also available. Excellent. Yeah, we'll have to see in regards to money. If we can get to the oil field, that would be nice. That would probably help us. I can still convert some ruble into dollars, I guess. What did I make the other truck do? You went here, right. The footpath. What are you doing now? Factory connection, okay. So we're still demolishing all of this. And yeah, this will work fine in the meantime. But it will be nice to have the factory connection back so we don't have to spend fuel transporting logs, trees. There were no suggestions for color scheme, so I will turn all of this yellow, I think. Or some form of yellow. Probably this way. And the train cars will become full on yellow. We'll move you into the depot. So I can make that change. No resources will be lost. I will just have to disassemble the train because I don't think I can... Oh, I can... Can I change the color here? No. Can I not change the color after the fact? That is irritating, but I guess we're gonna have to stick with green then. Alright, green it is. We'll have to choose the color during the purchase process. So, color suggestions will be taken into account in the future. So let's take a look at the cargo wagons for aggregates. These hoppers. We have an iron ore color, we have a coal color, we have blue, we have yellow, we have white, and that's it. So if anyone wants to suggest what color we will have to take for the iron mine, let me know. By default, it would be the iron ore color, if no suggestion is made. But we're still a bit far away from actually getting iron ore. Actually, I mean the construction shouldn't take that long. Okay, the mine construction will take a long time. Also, I have to get the bus to make sure that we have some firefighters up there. And that bus can then also handle the construction of the mine. any worker up here. Let's go. Workers in the mine, and the aggregate storage can be set to full, whereas the fire station and gas station will be set to 5. And then they basically help building this as the construction materials come in. Our excavators seem to be busy right now. Oh, one of them is heading up here. Very good. Hello, Rubber Duck. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone to Workers and Resources. We are in our node distribution office challenge, and we're struggling with money right now. Multicolored iron train. Well, that's also an option. We could give a different train car for a different color for every train car. So that is the suggestion that would be taken now, since it is winning right now. For people new, we are playing Workers and Resources. We are starting on hard mode, realistic mode, and with some self-imposed challenges. The first one, which I am almost always using now, is the low-tech challenge. I'm basically restricting myself to only do 1 research per settlement and 1 research, in this case for 2,500 people. Researches that do not unlock anything do not count. So let's say I have built Karasna, which have people living here, would allow me 1 research. I could choose to do the prefab panel construction research, which includes the study on concrete, which doesn't unlock anything. So this would count as 1 research. Then the next one would be another research because it unlocks buildings, etc, etc. And the second challenge is, I am not allowed to build any distribution offices. We have built this republic completely free from distribution offices. No free one, no build one, no research of them, no nothing. That also means we need a lot of gas stations because, well, each gas station has its own vehicle that can wait in there. Whereas, if we send it to specific buildings, it could cause issues. Good luck everyone with OCD. Did I miss something? Alright, we're going to put the new logging camp over to this area, so it has a larger catchment area on this side for some additional trees. And then get the road connection through here. The footpath has been demolished. And now we need to basically get a road connected. This is footpath connections. We can probably go up here and use this connection. I want to stay away from the main road if possible. And then we have to rebuild our footpath. Giving ourselves access again to the clothing factory. And we need a temporary footpath to make sure that they can walk to work while we are building things. Otherwise they will lose access, and that's not good. That would prevent us from making any money right now. So, with moving these 2 logging camps further apart and demolishing this one, we will make sure that they all take their own trees more efficiently. And we basically increase the productivity of the area in general. I do have to replant some trees though. Still need the research to unlock automatic tree replanting. So, Rubber Duck, did anything important burn down when I was leaving? Or is everything safe? Or is it still open and up in the air? What will happen? We will send the logging truck back into storage, because I need some aluminium. My money is running out. We can make one delivery from ruble to US currency, fine. Why are we spending that much money in rubles right now? Oh, because I bought a vehicle. Because I bought that bus bringing workers to the mining area. No, it's all cool, it's winter now, don't think there will be burns something. Oh, winter is the perfect time for a fire because your emergency services get to the fires slower, so I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Okay, starting to bring steel over here. More concrete for the foundation, then I assume we will have to build the mechanism on top and then we'll dig down into the mine shaft, which will take a very long time. And if something burns down, you have the money now. Yeah. You have too much money. Way too much money. The truck should be back. Let's put it on aluminium. I guess I didn't make a specific route for it, so I will have to redo that one manually. Please transport some aluminium to the west, so that we can get some money for our current construction tasks. And I will probably have to start taking out some loans if I want to keep the pace up, but I guess I don't mind that much. This road construction is gonna take a while. Might need some better dump trucks. Might need my own gravel production. Gravel production would be very easy to set up and take my own gravel from. But I don't want to build too much stuff around this first settlement. It's getting a bit overworked, especially with the mine plant here. I don't think we can afford a gravel processing plant. So we will hold off on that. Okay, all the resources here. Our aggregate loading facility. Then our rail construction vehicles can continue building everything. I mean, this is already assigned. But we're not sending workers to the rail construction office right now, because I would like them to build from this side. But I guess it doesn't really matter, they can build from both sides. Let's send the buses back out. Get something built. Hello Equinox, welcome to the stream. How are you all doing? I forgot to ask. Thankfully the gas stations are very nice and easy to build. We got all the steel for this. We still have 60 tons of steel that we need to import. We got a little bit of money left, just a bit. I don't know. We can't really assemble a train from the money that we have. We will see what we can do. Raw iron ore export is maybe not ideal, but it will allow us to maybe set up a settlement for the purification of the iron ore. $60 tons of what? What did you see, Mega Monkey? That was 60 tons? Steel. Oh yeah. 61 tons. Steel, 3.5 tons of mechanical components. All presumably on the next phase when they have to build this tower before they dig down into the mine, I think. But yeah, if we have to take out a loan, it will be a 5-year loan for enough money to assemble a train and run the export, I think. And then we'll have to get waste trucks to pick up the waste from the mine. We don't really have to pick it up from the fire station, but I guess we should. Otherwise there are going to be health issues. Our town technical service can do that. It does reach the fire station up here. Three more deliveries of concrete and the foundation will be, well, building construction will be done. Then we need the then we'll need the mechanism on top. I lost the word. It's not an escalator. It's not a conveyor. It's an elevator. We need to build the elevator. And 4.5 more tons of steel for the gas station. I will need a small gas truck for this. Nothing big. I could probably hook this up to another fuel supply route instead of buying another truck. Like I could hook it up to the town route. Go here, bring fuel here, and then the town. And at some point this is going to be full. But yeah, this is mostly standing around with a lot of capacity. We're just going to add the gas station to an existing truck, and I assume the fuel consumption over here is going to be pretty low. And the gas station with the highest consumption rate is going to be always the last stop. I'm wondering what will happen when these vehicles at some point require repairs. I guess we're going to find out soon. The repairs will have to happen quite quickly so we don't lose access to food, I would imagine. But if all resources are present, which they are not right now, we are lacking plastic. It should be fine. Did we not bring any plastic? I'm a little bit confused why we don't have any plastic in here. Well, pick up some resources again. Definitely don't want to have a catastrophe with all of our trucks going into maintenance at the same time and then running out of food or something. We don't have any real backup mechanisms if our trucks are going to break down. So our repair network needs to be really good. The same thing applies to fuel tankers, I would assume. The same thing applies to our trains because they are making us profit. We'll have to worry about these things and keep them in mind. Gas station is up. We'll bring in an initial supply of fuel. We will unload it fully, but we will not wait until unloaded. You can go to the train diesel station. I guess you're not going to the customs house, you're going here, then up here, and then back to the town, which is fine. But you won't be able to supply the town until this gas station is up here is full, so do that now. The gas station down here can wait a little bit. It is fully occupied by precious fuel. Building construction is completing. As I said, we might run out of money. 60 tons of steel at 400. So 60 tons at 100 would be 60,000, right? No, 6,000. 60, 600, 6,000. 6,000 times 4. So 24,000 US dollars. If the price holds. It's a little bit more than 24,000. We will have to take out a loan, it's not enough. Because there's also mechanical components. I don't think I can get through that. Oh well. Footpath requires a little bit more construction. But then once this one is done, we can remove the dirt footpath, focus on the gravel road, get the new logging camp up, remove this one, and hopefully our logging area will be a little bit more efficient and better off for it. Also, we have other materials that we need to import, which is also going to cost money. And rail construction is going to start again, which it already has. I guess they can start building from this side, that's fine. Once the loading station is built, they can also finish the connection in between here, because this rail line is probably going to take a little while longer. Another hopper has become available. I didn't see if it was an eastern or western one. Looks like it's eastern. Oh, I missed. Oh no, there it is. Very nice. I wonder if the western hoppers are more efficient than the eastern ones. I assume not. Probably the eastern hoppers excel at raw resources. But we are going to stick with western hoppers. I have barely used them, and they look pretty cool. Got all of the mechanical components, got 11,000 US dollars left. I think we're gonna take out a loan. We're going to go for probably 4 train cars, which means 100,000 for those. A mixture of color. If anyone wants a specific color or a specific color combination, let me know before I buy them. The winning bid right now is we are going to mix the color between each car. And we're going to get these ones. I think they have the highest capacity. That would be 400 tons of iron ore. They are only 15 meters in length, which would put us at 60 meters for the train. I guess we could buy 8 of them. I want to make sure that I have long enough trains where I don't have to export very often to keep the price as low as possible. To keep the price reduction as low as possible from frequent exports. So we'll have to get at least 250,000 for just the train cars, plus probably another 100,000 for the train. Eight train cars would be 80 plus 20 plus 40 is 120 plus the train. So I think we're going to go for 8 hopper cars. I'm just going to take out a 500,000 ruble loan. Not ruble, US dollars. And we're going to assemble a train. Interest rate is higher. Also we need a loan for the construction, so I guess let's go 750,000. 410 US dollars per day. We'll see what we can do. Cheapest locomotive again is fine. This color can be changed later. I'm just gonna color it in iron ore color. Then we will have to relocate the train. Is it already moving? Yes, it is. And then get the train cars in different colors. So, total capacity, hopper car. I said 8 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we change the color in here? Yes, we can recolor it here. I guess as long as it's a new car, but you can't see which color they are in here. It's strange that you can't recolor them inside the depot. Maybe I missed the option. maybe I missed it. Guess we can check again for these ones. I mean, it's not gonna look like a bunch of containers, but instead it's gonna be train cars. I'm not sure how weird it will look like. We will find out. So we will set all of this up with the loan. It wasn't that expensive, was it? We might have to run twice to get all of the train cars. We'll see. They aren't that long. Yeah, we have to run more than once. That's 6. Train is 108 meters long. 2 more train cars for 138. Could have another train car, but yeah, we'll keep it that way. You also need to refuel, which is convenient because it's conveniently located right in front of the depot. And then we'll have 2 trains running on our single lane train track, which should work. That might lead to us maybe hooking up multiple lanes on the customs house just to be a little bit more efficient. I think that would work nicely. Also act as basically waiting platforms, because unloading and loading could take a while. And the other train would in the meantime wait in this block, and we could just make it wait inside the customs house instead. Which would make more sense. This will only store iron ore. Gas station is almost filled up. Fire station needs to be started. I don't want to lose any building up here. I think the fire truck can probably reach, but during winter when the road clearing services are not great, it's gonna be good to have a fire station up here, plus the mine is actually not in range. So this fire station will be much appreciated. Let's send our train out again. And let's check if there are recoloring options here. I can't open this, so I don't think I can recolor this. But yeah, we'll have a nice colorful train for this. Maybe a right click should cycle through colors on these. Or maybe just a recoloring option up here. I don't know. If you have a vehicle selected. I'm gonna write that down and put it in the suggestion channel in Discord. Recoloring train cars in a depot should probably be possible. So, distance-wise, we're going to go for at least 160 meters. And then it would need to merge. So there's going to be a signal here. We have the... Do we have a signal on this? No. Because this is all one block. Otherwise this could get occupied. But yeah, we could have basically the train cars coming out this way. And then merging into this. Might as well hook up all of these in one go if we can. This is a little bit too narrow. We can hook them up over here. We don't have to make this happen that narrow. Like, we can hook them up in here, I think. And then this block is basically shared with the rail construction office. If someone parks in here, we'll have a... We don't have a signal here. We just have a signal here, here, and here. And they will have to be block signal to this side, chain signal to these sides. So mixed. And this one will not get a signal, I think. I guess I could put a signal here. Oh, that doesn't really work. No, I have to keep this one open. This one is shared. if one drives in here, that's that's better. Because if I put a signal here, I need to have a way for them to approach this area in a double track, and I don't want that. So we'll have basically 2 unloading stations and rail connection here, which is part of the main line, and we can basically buy vehicles here at every point without worry of being blocked in. Another severe epidemic. Well, our clinic is already running at full capacity. Hopefully it'll be fine. Let's get the fire station built up, please. And then make sure nothing up here burns down. Especially the mine. A mine that has burned down takes a very long time to rebuild. The time is the major factor in that, I would say. Okay, so we still have lumber over here. The aluminium can basically be made obsolete. We took out a loan. It'll be fine. We will carry some more logs for now, until the other logging camp comes up. Footpath is done. There's only 2 trucks here. No, nothing is being repaired, so I assume the truck is just going to grab something, probably food. Yeah, food truck is mobile. Now we have plastic. We will have to keep an eye on this. I'm a little bit worried about missing a resource at some point, but I think with the configuration now where we have larger storages here, it's probably gonna be fine, right? Might have to increase plastic storage a little bit. And reduce fabric storage here. We don't need that much fabric, I don't think. Let's put this to 15, 35, 25, 25. So a ton plastic, a ton electronic components, almost more than a ton of fabric, and fewer more mechanical components. I think this will work okay. The tunneling phase has started, which is the last construction phase, where we'll need a lot of boards and some concrete. The board delivery will happen when we don't take boards away from this. Basically, as long as we're loading boards from this, it's not going to be any available. Maybe I should put them into a dedicated storage, so we don't have that issue. Especially for maintenance. If we don't have boards available, it could be slightly annoying. But yeah, if I move this train away, during that time when the train runs and the other truck isn't here, it should be possible to get some boards made. Well, as long as our logging camps have trees in the forest, that is. Seems to be a little bit of an issue right now. Should hopefully fix itself soon. Alright, and our iron ore train has been assembled in this color pattern. Let's alternate this, blue needs to be here so we can have, sorry, red, blue, black, white, yellow, red, blue, black. It's beautiful. Yep, it's not bad. We'll have to wait for the loading station to be constructed and then we can assign the train until we start actually producing. Need more concrete, need a few boards. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, as soon as we are starting to produce again, that is. Might have to pause the train a little bit. I should have one dedicated truck always bringing into dedicated storage for construction vehicles, I guess. We could have a road cargo station with all of the construction materials because we have 4 connections. And then 4 different types of materials could go into the road cargo station, and the road cargo stations will be spread out around it with 2 loading stations for incoming vehicles. I will put you into storage temporarily until we have all the construction materials for the construction of the mine shaft. Zero trees in the forest, 0 trees, 0 trees. So this does not count at all right now. This is the only one that still has trees, and we're carrying them by truck right now. So it fixes itself soon. Last month was expensive, but if we didn't import the train, we would have made a profit of 2,000, excluding loan repayments, which cost us 12,000. Basically, whenever we want to take out a loan, it has to be for something that makes us more money. I guess most things could be argued for that. Like, we have to build a hospital so people are more healthy and can work more. Could be argued as making more money. This is going to be a rather long road, but we will have a customs house in the area. Customs house will be the supply point for fuel, which I guess we will have to import from the east. Actually, no, I can just take that from our gas station over here. Train diesel station. Yeah, we'll have all of the fuel centralized already. It's going to be a longer travel distance, but hopefully it will be fine. And then the fire station will have foreign workers coming in from here. I wonder if a microbus might be sufficient. I might need a lot of microbuses to supply that. I think the delivery from here will be more efficient. Take fewer microbuses, take less fuel, probably save us a little bit of money in the end. The wood price, it's pretty low, but I think it's gonna recover and go up at some point. Steel price went up because we imported a bunch, which also means that the iron ore price should be going up a little bit. Oil price is staying steady. Thinking about going down, but we'll be prepared. We are moving to be prepared. This is going to take a while, so we'll have to act now, right? I think. A new bus. We don't need that. I guess it would be a nice microbus replacement for tasks that require a little bit more workers. We could put those buses into our maintenance offices instead of these ones. They would work quite well, picking up a lot of workers at once, relatively, while not oversupplying work sites. At most 25 workers, I think, was the amount that they could carry. Yeah, and they also are not too slow. Okay. I guess I'll prepare some waste trucks for the area. I'll only need those for large containers. We'll start with 2 of them. And maybe a snowplow, but we will see first what the waste generation is like, if we need a 3rd truck, if we need a whole technical service up here. At some point I would probably like to move over to a dedicated route for waste removal. I mean, maybe we could just hook up a road cargo station to this, but road cargo stations are pretty large. picking up the waste from here might be a possibility that way. That way we could have up to 4 vehicles waiting for picking up waste. And not generate any traffic jam warnings, because the vehicles would be inside buildings rather than standing outside on the road. Got a few boards available. Hopefully some of the construction vehicles will come here soon. Indeed they are. And hopefully the other logging camps will start finding some trees again, which appears to be happening right now. So wood production should be on the up again. And we probably can outproduce the demand of the trucks still exporting to the Eastern Customs House, making sure that our current construction task gets us all the materials it needs. This is a very weird customs house configuration. Haven't built it like that, but I think it'll work. Especially the rightmost lane of the customs house connected to the main line directly should ensure that this is probably always free for purchased vehicles to come through. Increase priority for this maybe? Just 1 delivery of steel, 1 delivery of boards, 1 delivery of bricks. If we use the large trucks, that is. 1 more delivery of boards on this one too. Didn't bring everything, unfortunately. There might be a small... Oh yeah, there's another small vehicle right in front of it. We do have all of the boards now. So we're just lacking 10 deliveries of concrete, and then we can start finishing the mine shaft. It is already being worked on. We're like bringing workers here frequently. So they will build that, and as soon as they are done, they will start working in this. So the bus will continue operating, bringing workers up here. And at that point we will probably increase the amount of buses running towards this area, while also expanding our residential zone. We will need more housing. I think we still have flats free. We don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat, so we should be fine. 15 students is a bit much, maybe? Maybe 15-15 was a good middle ground right now. We'll up that. But I would like to stick it around 50 highly educated workers, 50 low education workers. We do have to get the research at some point for the secret police, so we can automatically ensure that only the most loyal citizens can continue studying if they are over 21 years of age, and everyone else will just have to stop studying and go to work with the education that they have. We do need workers in all groups. There's the last gravel, and then we can finish the fire station. And yeah, the gas station is looking fine. This truck will handle that, no problem. Might have to travel a few extra miles. Well, 1 extra mile probably. But that should not be a problem. I am worried that at some point one vehicle is going to break down and not get repaired and cause a lot of problems. But so far everything seems to be fine. Our food truck. I guess we could test it with the food truck. So if the repair triggers, it automatically drives to the repair station. And we have basically that much food before we run into issues. So right now we're going to monitor this. The vehicle arrives, all of the materials are present. We have a very low amount of plastic still. I feel like we aren't loading any plastic. Yeah, 0.13 tons of plastic. I feel like we need more plastic. Probably need to do more routes. Once the mechanical components are used up, which it takes 0.4 tons of, the other materials might catch up. Like fabric, 0.002 tons, that is barely necessary. We can probably reduce the amount even more and increase the other ones instead. 5%, leave that at 25, make this 45 and 35. So now we have 0.4 tons of fabric. We probably can't put any plastic in here right now because the other storages might be a bit overfilled, but a little bit more plastic, a little bit more electronic components, and barely any fabric. So I think, at least judging by what this vehicle needs for repairs, this should be fine. 63% repaired already. We still have plenty of food. This should be fine, as long as all of the resources are here. I have unticked the allow the repair cancel when long idle, so the repairs will never cancel, but you don't get a warning if the materials run out here. And there's not a checkbox for it, so we gotta be careful. Still need more concrete. Lots of workers necessary. But we will get there. I think we have all the boards we need. And we can send our train back out. Let's increase the priority on these buildings. I want to relocate everything. We are getting 580 rubles per truckload of boards. I think we should stop that and probably just export in US dollars and then get another resource from the border and import that instead. Inflation doesn't seem to have had an effect yet. Food would work. Other materials are still below. Even food is still below the US price. So yeah, it might be better just holding this off and just exporting to the west. Hopefully we'll have a truck bringing gravel to the construction site soon. This road is almost 2/3 done already. And we have to build a little bit more. I think I will finish this up just to have it available. Get the fire station in place. Yeah, they should probably build that right away. Split that up into 2 intersections. I haven't started building this one yet. Or finished building that rather. Shouldn't take too long. 40-50 workers will probably finish it. Just needs workers. Which I guess we could put on high priority so the construction officers bring workers to this construction site right now. And the fire station I guess we can build with workers delivered here by the large bus as well. Shouldn't take too long either. The maintenance trucks with their excessive 3-ton gravel deliveries helping with construction. Okay. Some more deliveries and we'll have our fire station up. And then all we need is the mine to finish construction. We can produce into our storage. And then the last one is our loading station. Plus the connection over here for being able to load the waste locally. And we will have to increase the amount of buses running. Because the fire station needs to be always occupied. Need to make sure that this one doesn't run into any problems. Our rubles are almost out, but I will get one bus right now already. To have at least 2 buses planned. In the future, 3 or 4 buses might be more reasonable. But for that we probably need to increase our workforce in general. Yeah, the mine gets more workers because I assume it has a larger workforce capacity. So there were 19 workers on that construction site and 13 over here. And the fire truck. We could buy a western one. For the mine we need decent capacity. I think we're gonna... Oh, these are so expensive. I'll wait until I have the rubles for getting a Eastern fire truck, since they're much cheaper right now. But for that I would need to continue exporting boards, because that's our only export good right now to the east. So I guess we'll have to do that. I could also export some clothing to the east every now and then, on demand, from our domestic warehouse. Maybe that could be an option. Too expensive. I guess we'll use our construction vehicle for now. And set up a line where I can request an export on demand of clothing to the eastern border. And then back to the depot. Which should give us an injection of money whenever we need it. In this case for a fire truck. And only when we need it. So basically we don't house excessive amounts of rubles, which would just devalue over time with high inflation. Which doesn't happen right now, but soon it will. I'll probably get a better truck to make these exports a little bit more efficient as well. So, but first we'll get a fire truck and worry about the export later. $20 workers. Road speed does not really matter. I think we're gonna buy this one, but move this one into an existing fire station and relocate the other vehicle from the fire station to the mine instead. So we'll relocate this vehicle to the mine. And get our new fire truck relocated into town. It drives a little bit faster, but on gravel roads it doesn't matter that much. I think it's more appropriate for our settlement to have an upgraded fire truck. Even though over here the road speed could also play a role, but this fire station probably also is in range. I think it will be fine. And yeah, once the fire truck gets here, everything should be covered as soon as we start unloading workers. That rail constructions should happen, but I guess it's not auto-assigning itself because it's already doing 2 rail constructions. Once it finishes those 2, it should automatically do the last section. But I would like this to finish first, because we already have a border connection. And it can get to this earlier. And yeah, we have our loading station, so the train could already be moved out, but only once we have this connection, otherwise we will have to send it to the customs house first and then back it in. Which I guess is also fine. Let's do that. We will put the loading station as the first stop for iron ore, wait until loaded. Going to the customs house until unloaded. Our iron ore export. And then we'll send you to... I wanted to send you to the customs house, but I would have to add that as the first stop and I don't want to do that. So we'll just wait. Rail construction over here shouldn't take too long. It's probably 2 construction tasks since it's over 20 work days. But yeah, should not take too long. We don't have any iron ore right now anyway, so it would just be standing around. Oh, also I need to add the other stop. I guess in that case I can probably send you to where you are actually supposed to go. And we didn't buy a waste car. I still need to buy a waste car. I don't think we have those available here. And we couldn't carry them. So the whole waste situation will not work right now. Let me check again. Something. We could load construction waste into one of those containers. This can carry construction waste, so... Construction waste is one of the main materials that is being generated by the mines, so... I guess we can load that. So hard is it to see my train lines and its adjustments? Hello. Hello, Stefan. Sorry, what do you mean? See your train how hard is it to see my train line and its adjustments? What do you... to see your train line? I can't see your train line right now. I don't understand. Oh. Oh, you mean what it was like yesterday? It was fine. We did fix the train line going into the metro line. It was constructing those fine after that. So I guess we're gonna pick an external storage, put an external storage here so we can filter the construction waste out at least. And then the mixed waste will just have to be carried off down here. But at least we'll get rid of the construction waste. It wasn't that bad. One thing that was maybe a little bit weird was when something didn't work, you just went around and changed all of the signals to the different type and hoped that it worked. That was the only thing, but other than that, it was fine. Let's wait until the train distribution offices are starting to work. Yeah. But, well, that's, as I said, once you start running distribution offices, those trains can't be teleported back home, so when they get stuck, all you can tell them is to move home, and if they're really stuck, sometimes it can be quite challenging to get something unstuck. We will just have to use construction waste in this, until we get a waste wagon from an eastern border. We also still have to build the train line to this at some point. I might have to plan that right after. Get a rail connection from past the depot to the eastern border over there. And then we can buy a waste truck, a waste wagon, and hook it up. Let's hope this won't happen. Well, let me put it that way, it will happen. Am I focusing on Western money? Yes, I'm trying to focus on Western currency. I wanted to try it. Rubles are much easier early on, but at some point the inflation in rubles kicks up and everything becomes ridiculously expensive. And it gets quite annoying. Alright, so we will have to add this stop, remove this one. We will load whatever is in here, not wait until loaded. It should only be construction waste. You will load as much as is there, and then you will go here, wait until fully loaded with iron ore, and then export. And this should now work. Well, you will have to learn signals. The signals are the important bit for trains. You will either have to run a double-tracked train, like I have here, where one side moves into one direction and the other side moves into the other direction. Or if you have train tracks like you have built, where one train track basically allows trains to move in both directions, you will have to figure out the signals. So in this case you can see that trains can run in one direction from here to here, all the way to this point. And only here do I start a signal, because basically this is a waiting area. One train is allowed to wait here with the regular signal. And then up here, there's a chain signal again. So the chain signal checks the whole block in orange, if the train can go to where it wants to go, and then the next signal. So it would be green because there's no train here right now. It would be blue actually, because it's green here and red here. And now it would be red. So it was red before because there was a train on the block right now. But as you can see now, these trains are basically waiting. I'm not sure why you didn't wait to fully load iron ore. Move to this stop, turn around. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So what now happens is, as soon as one of the construction trains finishes its construction, turns around. I should really put an easier way of turning around here. Let me put a waypoint here. Once the train moves out of this block, which is this orange one, the orange one is a whole block. This train will realize with the chain signal that one of these areas is free. In this case, basically this one, because the other one, they can't reach it yet because it's still under construction. But as soon as this train moves into, basically after the corner already, because the trains are a little bit smart, usually, one of the train will be able to move out. Do you know how to fix low cost inside Leo with a warning message saying it has attached wagons? Does that mean... I think it means it has wagons with cargo inside. I don't quite remember. Let's see if we can fix this. Wait until loaded needs to be checked. That's why I didn't wait. So, no, right now I don't know. I don't know. This looks really cool, actually. This looks like it's carrying containers, but it's like it's carrying aggregate oh crap. We need to make this train shorter. This is not going to work because it's too long when it turns around. Either that, or I need to enforce a waypoint to move it further here. I think a waypoint would work. Because it basically goes here, turns around, and then the train is already past the loading station. So what we will do is we will tell the train, here's a neat trick for anyone who is currently struggling with trains and wants to micromanage a little bit more. When you're setting up a train route, you can set train signals as waypoints. And the train will go there, and when it reaches the waypoint it will be able to turn around. So we will put the waypoint here and then the train stop after the waypoint, which should ensure that it goes here, and then here. So we will tell it now to go to the waypoint to check, turn around. So it's now on regular operation, heading to the waypoint as a route. It should head here and then turn around. It's still getting a little bit confused, but it should be fine. We can also move a waypoint closer here, doesn't matter. It needs to be far away enough that when it turns around and the train is in front again, it is past the train stop. And now it can move to the aggregate loading station and properly wait there. And now it will wait here until we actually start producing iron ore. Okay, so we solved that as well. You're waiting because there's a train on the block right now. So, because this train is traveling on this whole block, the construction train will not move out until it is free. Which will happen as soon as this train moves into the passing lane, because then this block is free. Actually no, it won't. Because this is a one-way road, a one-way rail. But it knows the block is free and it doesn't want to go that way, so it might already leave. No, it waited until the other train was past the whole block, which is fine. And now it should turn around at the waypoint, I think, instead of going all the way to the bridge. Because construction trains basically turn around at waypoints or these junctions. These ones, these dots. And a waypoint just creates a permanent junction point. Yeah, this should speed up the construction here quite a bit. Hopefully we'll finish the mine and start like seeing some export. I don't know if it's going to be profitable or not. Over time it probably will be. Let's give some markers to our areas. Krasna iron mine, which will make it easier to see what the buses are doing without having to individually name everything. We'll add the second bus already. We'll enable line spacing. We'll only have 2 vehicles, that should be fine. And then we'll put a name tag here for our logging area. And that splits it up into multiple areas, but I like the look of the name tags and based on what the area is doing. Let's export some more clothing. I would like to save up for another truck. Another truck that will handle clothing exports, where I have to click less. Could start working towards Western vehicles, but I still like using the Eastern ones. We might have to switch over to Western vehicles when we are stable and as soon as the Eastern vehicles will want to go into the scrapyard. We'll limit the amount of firefighters to 15 for now. I'll probably put it back to maximum and make sure that when a fire happens and the fire truck arrives, it will extinguish as fast as possible to minimize the damage. And once we have the waste storage up here, all of the construction waste will be carried down here and also put onto the train. And to allow us to export mixed waste, we will have to get different train cars. So this train is going to get a little bit longer. We have 15 meters left to get to 155. And the waste wagons carry There is a larger one, I think. I thought there was a larger one. Yes. Cargo. ES waste. It's the only one we have. 10 meters. We could have one of these. I guess in this case we would alternate between construction waste and mixed waste, because I assume it can't be mixed inside the wagon, but that would be fine. We don't need to export all of the waste at once. I would like a longer train car that can carry more though. I don't think there's one that becomes available at the US border. Yeah, we have all the different types already available. There's just a different size becoming available, which apparently is historic until the year 3000, so from 1960. Oh no, we already have that one. Some better cover top-ups become available at some point. Anyway, so we will have to build a train line to the east, which will give us more options. It is not a negative thing. It will just cost us, but that's about it. As long as we keep expanding, we can probably outpace any loans that we have. Power line, isn't it? Yeah. Was a little bit difficult to see, but I get it. So the power line. And then go all the way across here. Probably following the terrain a little bit, so we don't have to get an excavator to flatten things. Is this even flat enough? That should work. It's a little bit steep now. Okay. I just didn't go far enough, and now we're fine. Yeah, the elevation here might be a little bit much for the train, but we will build it regardless. Maybe I can stick closer to the road in this area. Probably for the best. And then over here we will have to flatten the path down there. And this is basically intended to just get over here and buy stuff. It's nothing more. So we have a connection into the depot and access for the rare construction vehicles. I will also follow the road over here, I think. Gonna be a little bit narrow, but I think we can manage. Okay. Just build all of that. Now I also started the footpaths to these houses. The The houses should wait a little bit. It might make more sense to have the train line be flattened a little bit, but I don't have a road connection just yet. Oh, it's almost done. I guess we could flatten out some of the... yeah, some of these bits a little bit. To make it look a little bit more train-like. Fewer corners. So from here to about here. We'll flatten this. And then I think I'll leave this one, because this is going to be a steep climb and it fits with the terrain. And then it goes past another hill on that side, which I think this one we can flatten away. Just need to get some vehicles in the area to allow us to do that. Or we could just stick with what we have. We'll have to move an excavator over here. I'll just stick with the train tracks following the terrain. I think that's gonna be better looking for this area. It's gonna be quite steep corners, but it'll have to do. We'll have to grab a train, probably our iron ore export train, grab a waste hopper, and then we can dump any waste into the storage basically. But we can do a test run already. This should finish construction before the mine, and then our waste separation will be set up where construction waste will basically be its own type, which will always go here. And at some point we can turn on mixed waste in this. Or basically let any waste go in here, because we can then dump any waste into this. And maybe our trucks will also bring it over here, instead of going to the customs house. Yeah, hopefully we finish the construction soon. We're bringing more and more workers. We will need more workers. The amount of free flats that we still have left is around 150, I would say. 80, 100, 130, 150. It's more than 150, so don't need another building just yet. We are basically taking workers away from the clothing factory if we're running the iron mine together with the clothing factory. But I did invest so much into the area that I think it makes sense. And as we start growing our population more and more people will go to the different areas again. And yeah, construction train is heading over here now. Having to build all the way to the eastern border. Which is, I guess, all going to be one rail block. There might be a signal over here at some point separating this. But it doesn't really make any sense. Unless I have a passing track in this area at some point. And then we can probably do that. I also disconnected the train track here because I wanted to flatten this. The road is done, so we can move an excavator into this area and do just that. I don't want to flatten any of the terrain. I forgot to hold control. Let's get the excavator. An excavator. Looks like they're all busy. They're just moving one away from me. Do we have a road excavator maybe? I don't think so. I think they become available later. Yeah, this one's slightly faster driving on the road, but still. Oil price going up. I think it's the right decision to get a pump check and develop towards this area. Fuel price is getting more and more. We're focused on trains which reduce the fuel consumption a little bit. But yeah, we should be careful. I guess I'm just gonna buy a cheap one. Could have bought that at the other depot. But you're gonna go over here. We'll flatten this and then we'll send you back. We'll be fine. That'll give our rail construction office something to do while we work on other things. 1,400 work days left. I think we started with 2,700, so halfway there. And the other constructions are all done, so all the workers can basically now go to this area. And yeah, I'll probably exchange the microbuses for different ones. But right now most of the workers are going there already with the explicit bus route, so there's no problem. Still 28 students, with the oldest one being 27. But they are almost done with their education. I think I'm going to increase the amount to 30. I want them to finish their studies, join the workforce. Otherwise we're just going to have fewer and fewer workers. I could also relocate some of them out and force them to join the workforce, but we'll be fine. I might have to build a domestic storage for the resources closer for different towns, because driving to the customs house is not going to cut it. I think the rail network will basically take over the distribution of resources to the individual settlements in the future. Used to transport workers with the cable cars to the mines in early games, looked very cool. Yeah, however, cableway cars are a thing for the future for us, because they require research. We could already replace the cableway cars, but the cables require us to research steel cables. So you can plan for things, but you do have to research them. And we don't have a technical university yet, nor do we have a research point available. The research point limitation is, I think, the more important factor of this, restricting our research even more. Otherwise you could just plop down a technical university, research everything, and be done with it. But we will have to expand across the map to research more. The waste storage is done. The main part here will be construction waste. If we go here and there's 2 containers full, we know that the technical service is not keeping up with it. There should always be at most 1 container full, because once a container is full it should be picked up, and then the next container will become the half full container. So we can gauge our capacity a little bit that way. $740 tons approximately for materials, and one of the wagons will probably always be used for waste. Maybe I could buy a Maybe I could designate one wagon to always be waste. So we say you only hold this type of resource. I'm loading waste first anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We're loading waste, then fill up with iron ore. And hopefully it realizes it can't load iron ore anymore and continues going. Even if one of the wagons is like half full of construction waste. $1,200 work days. We could fast forward, but I mean, yeah, right now there's not much else to do, I don't think. Let me check the prices. Let me check the prices of our main resources. So fuel. We had a price spike in oil, which probably will lead to the oil price going up in general. So we basically doubled the oil price again. It's now 4 times the amount of what it was before for the spike, and we'll see what it is after. Clothing price. The ruble price is slowly going to go past the US currency. Inflation kicking in. Food. I guess with crops. Crops are still okay. So food imports are not increasing the price too much yet. Burning the trash for electricity and then export is not a point? It is, but incinerator for power or incinerator for heating does require research. So a lot of things are not available at the start. Restricting you in your options, but also guiding you into the direction and giving you something to develop towards. Well, it's only 67. Be happy we're not dumping water into sewage into a lake yet. We don't have the range for that just yet. We're exporting it. That's a decent supply of workers. And the clothing factory still works. So the new logging camp is up. We only want 1 worker in here. We will relocate all of our vehicles. And that means the truck carrying wood is done. And we can bulldoze this. So now we should have a more even split of the logging area. This is a little bit uneven, but this is much better than these 2 close logging camps. This has 4,000 tons of wood in the forest, this one has 1,200. This basically has a slice up here. This one has a very large slice. And this one has a very small slice too. But yeah, in general, better than before, I would say. I don't think they can cut trees across the border, but I'm gonna try regardless. Maybe they can steal trees. I mean, we did plant them, so technically they are ours, right? Customs house is ready. All green. This one is showing blue. Because one is occupied and one is free. 2 are free, but this one is only one way, so 1 red, 1 green means the chain signal shows blue. I guess we could have a signal here, but it would need to be a chain signal, I think, to make sure that a train doesn't want to go from this area over here if there's already a train on that block. So a chain signal would work and split up the section. So trains could go refuel and go back even if the train is on this block. But we'll have to worry about that much later. The construction is going to take a while. I don't know if we need line spacing for these. Basically we need to carry workers here as fast as possible. We would only need line spacing if we want to ensure that the fire station has a constant supply of workers, and I guess that is true. So line spacing is still needed. I will probably build an end station here to make sure that the buses run frequently and as fast as possible. Yeah, fire safety is very important. Right now we're getting not many workers, I guess. % unemployment due to small children. From this building, which doesn't have a kindergarten in range, which is getting to be a bit much. So I guess we're going to build another kindergarten in the area. Could have that one up here as an endpoint to the town, but it would need to be in range of the electricity. I guess we can make that happen. So we just have a kindergarten over here. Probably will need a waste storage. We'll make this a footpath, I think. Come on. We'll take some area of this footpath to make sure that we can actually connect it. And then we're going to bulldoze all the trees that I built. Which I shouldn't have done, because I wanted to basically block the view, but I guess if they want to walk into the indoor pool, it's fine to actually look into it, right? It's a little bit angled, but that's fine. Gives it some character. And yeah, that should allow people to send their children into a kindergarten here. We already had 22 workers who couldn't work because of no access to a kindergarten. And this kindergarten takes 18 workers, so we're actually going to get a benefit from it. Is tourism also locked behind research? Yes. You can build hotels, but you need to research tourist visas. And then the larger hotels are also locked behind research. So you can build the basic hotels, but you won't get any tourists until you finish the research for tourist visas. And then if you want to upgrade to better hotels, you need to research that. All the tourist attractions are free, however. I'm gonna try a large spread of bushes here. See how that looks. Research tourism should give you access to easy money, right? Well, you still have to feed them and give them alcohol, and if you don't produce that yourself, then importing it could be more costly than the profit you're making. So yes, they do give you money, but you do have to spend money to keep them. It's not easy profit, I would say. I think the footpath over here is gonna end. All the other footpaths will be on a different area. We might have to have a waste storage for the kindergarten, but otherwise it should be fine. Let's take a look at our waste storages. Everything is green. And I'm pretty happy with that, especially since I didn't use any of the large waste storages. And by large ones I mean the large containers, not the... We still use these ones. And once we do waste separation, we'll put in more containers and split up their tasks if needed. Probably put in some very small container groups for mixed waste and then turn these to recycling, mostly. That might work. Biological waste would be the main thing that they generate, which I don't really care about. I would try to filter out scrap metals and other things. $720 work days left. We cut the amount of work duration in half again. So we will see the completion of the iron mine. And hopefully start working on our loan a little bit. What was the most recent project you finished researching? I didn't research anything yet. I just built a small party HQ and I didn't research anything. Because I wanted to save that research. The first thing I want to research is the concrete buildings. My first research goals are prefab panel construction, which is the research point I get for Koresna. And then the second settlement that I built, which is going to house the technical university to actually allow me that research, will unlock me the big monuments, which will be useful for the big town as well. So our first two towns are that. And if I get to 2,500 people with those two towns in total, I get a third research point, I guess. So, I have not researched anything just yet. But plans for the future have been made. Research is going to become a part where we have to pick and choose. I will try and avoid the oil refinery for how profitable it is, because it would basically allow us to do whatever we want. I think we will have to build a steel mill though, because a steel mill will be a logistical challenge. Having the iron made from iron ore transported to the steel mill and then transported out will allow us to build a lot of different industries and logistic networks around it. But for oil, I think I will stick with just oil extraction. If the oil price gets really high and I can't fund my other industries anymore because they consume too much fuel, either I will have to go towards electrification and use a method of producing electricity to run electric trains, or I will build an oil refinery that I will have to feed with my own oil instead of imported oil to stay profitable. Well, that's just the current plan, which is very far in the future. We did already have 2 price spikes for oil, so maybe the game is telling us that oil will become a more integral part of our republic. But after this price spike, it looks like it's slowly heading back down. Maybe it just went up when we filled up the storage for the trains. And now it's settling back in. I don't know. I should have a parking space here for a train importing fuel all the time. Not make a truck do that because it's inefficient. But a train would be quite expensive. Do we have fluid wagons? Doesn't look like it. There's no fluid wagons on the western border, so we can't actually get that from here, so we do need a connection for fluid wagons from the east. Good thing we're building a train line towards it. $500 work days. Workers being continuously shoveled up here. I think I'm going to specify all workers going to the iron mine construction right now to speed things up even more. Right now we're splitting it 50-50 with half of it going to the fire station. But we will react if there's a fire. Or let's say we will... No, I don't want to send a specific amount. We'll just send everyone to the iron mine, and once it finishes construction it will unassign itself again. And all the other buildings are covered by a different fire station, it just has to travel here. Quite slowly. We might have to set up a cableway station that brings waste down but also picks up workers. So maybe if a cableway station is being built here, we will have to have footpaths from residential structures going to this area so they can also go into the iron ore mine without buses. That's for the future. Because steel cables are quite a while away for research. We would need metallurgy, which doesn't unlock anything, into fatigue of metal, steel metals, which doesn't unlock anything either, I think, does it? I can't click it, so it doesn't unlock anything. This unlocks the steel mill. I guess it would only be one research to get steel cables, once we have the technical university, by our logic of these researches that don't unlock anything don't count. Maybe I should limit myself to at most one research, so I would be forced to unlock steel production and then steel cables. Otherwise I could just say we do this with 2 free researches. I think that would be better. Makes it a little bit slower. But yeah, a cableway station is probably on the agenda, because it reduces our fuel consumption in the area. If we can carry all the workers up here, that would be nice. Or if we at least only have to bring the workers up to here, instead of all the way up to the mountain. 400 work days. You didn't bring any workers. You're fighting each other for workers now. Groundworks for the kindergarten being built. Down to 17 workers without children, but yeah, it's going to be a good idea to have this. Even if we cut the amount of workers in half on each kindergarten, it's going to be nice having a kindergarten right next to the residential area. So either you take your child to work, put them in the kindergarten here and bring them back, or you put them here and then you go to the bus stop. Whatever you want. You will have options. Will I have a look at City Skylines too? I don't... I looked at the release at the Steam page right now, and they are selling it for I think 50 with 80 or 90 with a season pass, and that already gets me a little bit like, I don't know. It looked like a Paradox game basically, where you had like, or the Anno games, the Anno 1800, where you had season passes for functionality, for visual content. I don't know what they're going with. It looks it's gonna be a very DLC heavy game, so I will give it some time. I have Xbox Game Pass? No, I don't have that. I'm not starved for games right now, and I think I'll just give it some time. I don't feel the need to get it. I want to see if the game runs well on like average to below average workstations, PCs, before I commit. City Skylines 1 ran really poorly, and I don't want to get that game again if it drops down to 20 FPS no matter what machine you have. So I'll wait. I won't get it on release, I think. But who knows, maybe I'll make a rash decision and just get it when I'm bored. Could always happen. City Skylines has a huge modding community, so no DLC is really needed. Well, they did add gameplay functionality and they did try to add complexity. The only real complexity was basically trying to manage traffic. And industries that they added later, or airports, or basically logistical challenges didn't really exist in City Skylines, except for do your citizens clog up your road network? Which was a nice challenge, and it was very pretty. I don't know if I would like that though. Currently, I'm really enjoying the production chains in workers and resources. I enjoy that more than... Well, I did put myself up to the task of managing citizen traffic, which is... it felt like a lot more difficult in workers and resources because there's a lot of traffic. You can't compare it to workers and resources unless there is no competition. Well, I can compare City Skylines 1 to workers and resources. Workers and resources was basically City Skylines with a lot of DLCs added and no zoning, so you had to place everything manually. And of course a little bit more janky. A little bit to a lot more janky. But that's what early access is for. The complexity comes with a lot of overhead in management that requires a lot more things that could be construed as janky. Let's allow more workers onto this construction site since it has all the materials. And I guess we can do the same thing for this. I'm really curious about how different City Skylines is going to be from 2 from 1. Complexity is unprecedented. For the city building genre, it's a step up from Tropico. Yes. Tropico is really easy nowadays. It was more complex, it felt like a bit earlier. But then they added roads and transportation and went more towards the city building route and gained some complexity, but the production chains are very profitable in that game, so... This is, I think, at least in my mind, in the complexity to Anno 1800. In that game you also went through industrialization and you had to change your production chains and your infrastructure to fit new needs, which added complexity to it. But I haven't played it much recently, because I don't like the multi-island gameplay. The multi-island gameplay on different maps where you switch from map to map. I liked Anno 1404 where all of the islands were on the same map. I enjoyed that way more. But they went away from that and... yeah. I really enjoyed building up a settlement in that game. It was quite a brain burner. There's a lot of production chains in that game. But it's more clinical. It's a grid-based system. This is more freeform, more chaotic, more organic. Or it can be grid-based if you build it like that. It's City Skylines meets Factorio. So the freeform building. If Factorio had City Skylines building mechanics basically for its industry, which is very, very fiddly, which I like. 160 workdays of construction time left. We will finish this very soon. Then the iron mine will start operating as soon as the next bus arrives with workers. And we'll have to wait a little bit more because snow is gonna start dropping in like 2 days, I think. How many days left on the tunnel? Since the tunnel is set to low priority, it's the same amount. They will only start sending workers here once all of the other construction tasks are done. This is a project that will be done at some point, but we have other priorities right now. There was a plan for a settlement here for a farming community with maybe food. And the settlement for oil, just to take care of maybe 1 or 2 oil wells, in addition to this one, probably has a higher priority too. I think we're gonna get around the mountain on this side, build a settlement here, supply it from the customs house instead of from the western border, and then resume oil exports until we get a rail connection to the area and then resume oil exports to the west, I think. But we will have to bring resources from the west here too. Otherwise we're just gonna pay for resources with money that we don't really earn that much. But yeah, earning some rubles is probably a good idea. As much as necessary at least. In our case, all we are importing from the east is electronics right now. And even that should probably be changed. I should probably switch electronics over too. I will do that right now. Like the simple fact that if you want to add a stop at the beginning, you have to add it. You can't add a stop at the beginning, you can only add a stop as a second stop. That's something that would drive people crazy. But when you play workers and resources for a while, you could learn to deal with it by just adding the stop first before deleting the original first stop, and then it's fine. So that's how it is. 16 workdays, next bus will finish construction. And then 16 workers. Okay, they might not finish the construction, but maybe. But then the next workers will go to the mine itself. This construction vehicle went on to build this train track, but the other construction vehicle wants to build this one, so it will have to wait here until the tracks are actually cleared up. Will it be enough? Probably. Yeah, it'll be enough. And then the next bus over here, 44 workers will start working the mine. And finishing the construction has unassigned it from the bus stop, so now the workers will go to all facilities again. Then we'll be producing iron ore at 63%. So 630 tons of iron ore per day if it was staffed with a full complement of workers. Which we definitely don't have. Well, that's fine. We don't want to outproduce the train. At some point we have the option of hooking up a second train line if we want to run the iron ore to, for example, a steel mill. But yeah, the area will not have a high capacity for loading, unloading. If we want to have more than 2 trains, they will have to wait in another area before they can get here. Only 2 trains for loading, unloading at that point. We could turn this into a roundabout with trains, having incoming trains from one side and then they move out the other side. But that remains to be seen. For now, iron ore production. And our train is already loading. And that's gonna earn us some additional money. Looks like about 10,000 US dollars per train load. We'll leave the workers at 15, I think. Yeah, let's leave it at 15. We do need to earn some money. Happiness is fine, loyalty 32, can't really change that much yet. Crime is becoming an issue. But the courthouse is trying to handle it, and we do have enough warders, and there weren't any prison escapes, so... looks to be okay. Maybe another prison bus. I think for the prisoners, the clothing factory is going to be the better option. This distance is quite high. I guess we could try and build a prison up here with a heat exchanger and just feed them right next to the prison. Give them a very short path to the workplace. Alright, then we have to see what happens to the waste, so... it's mostly mixed waste and construction waste. This should help us deal with this with maybe one technical service, one delivery route down here, somewhat shorter, and the other one into town. Which I guess technically we could also bring it to the customs house, where it will have to go anyway. But I think it's fine. Maybe I should split this up and only allow mixed waste and hazardous waste. The other wastes could lead to the trucks basically getting stuffed up with things. That might be the right idea. Alright, we're going to make that change right now. Construction waste. No more construction waste in this. We will empty all of this out. We will set 3-4 containers for hazardous waste and the rest will be whatever. I guess we can set some of them for mixed waste, but I want to make sure that there's always room for hazardous waste here. Because hazardous waste spills are really dangerous. Almost halfway filled. This looks very cool. The different colored train cars were the right choice, for sure. Having them all iron colored would have also worked, but this gives it a lot more diversity. Then you gotta go refuel. So I think we'll be fine with only 2 waste trucks. The waste doesn't seem to start piling up that quickly. So I should probably add a snowplow here. We do have access to the KAZ now. I don't have the money for it. I did not save up the money for buying another truck for exporting clothing either. We'll do some clothing export from our domestic storage. That one is basically for us to do with what we want. And we also still have electronics in here. I wonder how the price developed. We had 115,000 rubles and 130,000 US dollars. And the price now for the warehouse is 125,000 rubles, 129,000 US dollars. So the price was fluctuating. When we imported it, we drove up the price and it went back down. But yeah, inflation is still taking its toll on the ruble. I think everything is set up correctly for the trains. Wait, I started to import and speculate with prices. I wanted to check it. I wanted to see how bad the inflation is gonna get. Electronics are gonna get more expensive because the production will slow down if you produce them domestically, and the import price is just gonna keep going up and up and up. So I wanted to, I imported at the beginning and wrote down the price and wanted to see how bad it gets, because I don't want to write it down on a piece of paper. So I wrote it down on a warehouse where the resources are inside instead. Snowplow should be getting here as soon as we buy it. Still have to gather up the money for it. And I think I'll get a better truck for this whole ordeal. So we'll get this covered hull truck, which can carry more, a lot more. Or we can get this one, which is slightly more expensive, can drive faster, which doesn't matter to us, but has a lot more carrying capacity. I think 110 kilo, I think I'm gonna stick with this one, because the engine power is less, so the fuel consumption is probably lower. Like buying TVs in the 70s and selling to the citizens in the 80s. Exactly. We're buying electronics in the 60s and selling them in the 2000s to get our citizens to be happy. So you're going to do one clothing export. And you are going to go back into the construction office. And we'll probably have to export twice to afford a snowplow. At least if I want to get the really good snowplow. Alternatively, I could just snatch one of our existing snowplows and move it up there. And later on get a better snowplow up for the city area. Which might be a better idea. Because there's not much snowplowing to be done here. Just have to make sure to tell them to not plow any dirt roads. I don't want them going down this path at all. Just keep the gravel road plowed, basically. Everyone is using HDMI and my TVs are run by Hamster. Okay. My iron ore train is heading for export, 9,300 rubles. Can we add a different train color? It clashes with the color of the first train car. I think we should go for something yellow if we have that as an option. Yellow or white. White and green, I guess. Thought red would be very good for an iron train, but I will use that one. Usually I put all of the trains in the same color by task, so if you're a citizen carrying train, you get a different color than a train carrying citizen goods than a train carrying industrial goods. So not a lot of color diversity normally. Seems like production is quite good with the amount of workers we have already. We might have to expand that up to 2 trains at some point, but hopefully not. Because I don't really have much space in the area. Can't have a second train. Well, we can have a second train, but that second train would not be able to carry waste or go refuel, which would not be ideal. We basically need to rework this whole area for the waste. If we needed a second train. They are slow when they turn around on the waypoint. Well, that's fine. No waste has been brought here yet. Construction waste hasn't filled up yet. And yeah, the snowplow has done its thing. Maybe a little bit extra range would be nice. We're gonna put a... because if I increase this to 2 kilometers, they're gonna go all the way into the town and I don't want that. So we're gonna use the snowplow sign, which should prevent vehicles from going past it. So no snowplows past this point. Actually, you can plow this road, that's fine. We'll make this a middle point here, where the snowplows basically should stay in each other's area. And then we'll increase the range to 2 kilometers, so you can go ahead and plow these roads, just in case if there's a fire. Okay, we will have a lot of capacity for iron ore here. Production is not too bad yet. Not too high yet, I mean. And yeah, that will give us a steady income, hopefully drive down the price of iron. We're 6,000 below the loan price, but we are paying back some of our money, and that's good. I could buy a better snowplow now, which I guess I will do. Nope. Slightly more. 500 more rubles. So we'll export some more clothing. Congrats on my iron export. Iron ore export route, thank you. Much appreciated. And next up we are building... Oh, my excavator has also arrived, so we can just flatten this area. The issue right now is here in between, I would guess. So if we start getting a yellow train section, we can start flattening from that. Maybe we have to start building from here. Okay, let me use the lowering tool. Basically pre-flatten this so it isn't too steep. That should probably be enough. Still too steep. We don't like this elevation change in between here. Where's the bulldozer? There it is. Well, I guess we'll flatten this manually. To some extent. I would like to use the automatic flatten, but it doesn't want to. So we're stuck with some bumps. Still a bump. Still a bump. Alright, let's flatten it on this side. Like what I usually like to do is go here, and then do the same thing from the other side to make the track a little bit wider. There's still a little bit of a bump here. I guess we can maybe manually get that removed. Okay. Yeah, that will look better for a train line. More direct route. Not too much cornering. And then over here we're following the terrain again. But the corners aren't too steep, and over here we will have to slow down because it's a very steep upward slope and we just have to follow the terrain. I could just straight line this if I wanted to flatten the whole terrain, but I do like following the terrain a little bit to keep the train tracks a little bit more natural looking. At least in the beginning. Later on we might just brute force our way through the terrain. But probably with tunnels at that point. And another super significant epidemic. The game just keeps the hits coming. Excellent. We are at a very good population number. Oh, we're now one higher. Never mind. Never mind. The amount of students is going down, which is good. Those are the student numbers that are older than 21, so having that number decrease is actually good. Makes them join the workforce, otherwise they'll wait until they finish their education, if they can live in a hall of residence. Did we haul some waste away now? Not yet. Krasna waste transfer. Krasna waste train. Well, let's just say that these types of waste should never happen, and they also... I mean, metal scrap, aluminium scrap could go into the train because these could carry that stuff. Metal scrap, aluminium scrap. But I don't have a production of that yet, so it doesn't need to go in here. I want to see if this actually works. But we'll have to wait until one of the construction waste containers fills up. Actually, no, we don't. We already have a container here, that's full. So on the next train delivery, one whole car will be occupied by 6.5 tons of construction waste. And these can carry 92 tons, so that's a lot of waste space. We definitely need the waste train wagons. And then probably get rid of this and just dump everything into mixed waste. Like temporarily disable that by probably, I don't know, turning it onto a different waste type that doesn't get produced here. Or just have the mixed waste in there. I guess that works fine too. Because right now also the mixed waste from this building is moving into the storage. So we're centralizing our waste. But yeah, we need one train car to put the waste in. Wasting one train car just for construction waste is a lot of, well, waste. for not a lot of waste. I hope that made any sense. Alright, let's buy the snowplow. And I guess we'll move you into the technical service right away. Let me check if the waste works. You're gonna go to the depot. Turn around. Go to the train station. Okay, so now you go to the waypoint. Actually, you don't want to. No, that's fine. Turn around. I want to see if you load the waste in here. In your last wagon. Okay, definitely don't need to be worried about waste at all. Maybe there was already iron in here. Probably. We'll see it on the next run. But yeah, I guess one train could take care of the waste, where there's the other train could just go into the other line. But we didn't build this well enough. I can't get away from here. I would need to make another loop to allow a train to turn around. If it's parked in here and it decides from the second line it wants to refuel, it would need to go into a loop, turn around, and then go to the gas station. Maybe define one wagon only for waste. I could, but I don't want to, because if it arrives here and there's no waste, then it should use the last wagon for loading iron. So it should only load waste in there if there's actually waste present. I wasn't sure how much waste we're actually going to generate. And by the looks of things, the amount is quite low. Looks like about 2 construction wastes per full train. Maybe, no, only 1 probably. And yeah, when it comes back we can see if the loading actually works. Construction of the bridge, of the tunnel is now ongoing. Very, very slowly. Our other construction office is not set to auto search. So we could have another bus helping with the construction, but right now I want most workers in the industries to actually making us a profit. And the tunnel can just be built very slowly. Looks like we're using this line. Maybe I have to use the mixed signal here. Make sure this is its own stop. Yep, we'll use a mixed signal here. Make sure this works. So as long as the train is loading, unloading here, construction train can't get out. I could also tell this train to use a specific stop if I wanted to, but I want them to automate that and choose whatever they think is right. The same way I chose a waypoint, I could pick a signal on the customs house and tell them to always go into that area. So you're refueling, I assume? Yes. Alternatively, no, I would need a loop here. I was thinking of having the loop back here, but that doesn't make any sense. I don't know if I need 2 trains. It's halfway full already, in regards to how much a train can carry. I think we'll be fine. If I make the iron ore train really long, it should still work. We have a very long train section here where it can turn around. Basically our train can be over 250 meters long. At least from the loading point of view. And then over here from the customs house point, same. So we could have a 250 meter long iron ore train, which might look cool. We'll do that. We'll get some waste wagons, we'll get a bunch of cargo wagons. I think that'll look nice. Very long iron ore train would end up blocking a road crossing while waiting to load. This one. That's true. It would end up blocking this area, which right now it's perfectly placed, and if I add a waste wagon it would encroach up on the road here. But we would only do that when the iron ore production has been increased, and maybe we have a secondary road into the area. It could basically cause the issue of a fire happens, the bus doesn't get here in time, the workers run out, etc, etc. Maybe we will plan on doing that when we have access to cableway stations and the road doesn't matter that much anymore. But the cableway station is a while away. And I think it would need to be a large cableway station too. Shouldn't be too difficult to build it though. I think the room up here is quite good for that. Like have the cableway station here. With the cable cars coming down the purple connector. Probably something like that. Then cableway cars go down here, here, and have a drop-off point here. Picking up workers and removing waste. And we wouldn't need a lot of cableway cars for waste. At least for the current configuration. If we get more workers in here, we might. But yeah, the one free technical service here, definitely enough for the current production. I guess we could also have a tunnel. Someone mentioned that earlier. We could just tunnel underneath this area and have the tunnel come out somewhere in this area, and then the rail crossing doesn't matter either. Or just bridge it. But I think a tunnel would be better. Basically start removing this, flatten this area, tunnel into the mountain, and then remove all of this road and just come out here at some point where the tunnel would allow. Maybe have the road go past here and then there's a tunnel entrance. I think money's looking okay now. We actually made a profit last month. 13,900 US dollars. With a loan repayment of 12,900 means we made 1,000 US dollars in profit. So maybe the iron ore was the right choice. We did have to spend a very high amount of money for it though. So it will take a while before it actually has become profitable. Thankfully trains will take a long time before they actually need repairs. At some point we will need a repair station here. Or another depot with access to workers in the area. A depot with a repair station in this area could work. If we flatten this area out a bit, have a train line run over here with a depot and a repair station next to it and workers walking across. I think we can make that happen, that's not a problem. So yeah, the long iron ore train is something when our iron ore production exceeds our transportation. Which right now won't happen that fast. Because our buses bringing up workers here aren't even full yet. So we don't have to take that into consideration right now. We lost some people, we're down to 1,330. Health is going down a little bit. I wonder if pollution is now starting to add up in different areas, but seems like only this house is affected. Might be all of these houses at some point. We'll see. Shopping center doesn't get enough workers. You send workers to the grocery store, and then anyone extra will go to the bus stop. So make sure the grocery store is always fully occupied. I don't want people queuing for food. I think I will build a warehouse for the resource storage in this area. I would like that to be connected to the train network too, but I think that's maybe a little bit premature. And I don't know where to build it. I want to reserve this area for a repair station. The train line is basically all industrial. We could basically have a train line come through here and then turn around this way and store the resources for the town over here. Which would be a very indirect route, but it doesn't really matter with trains that much. Up to the point where at some point you want volume, and then distance also matters, but citizen supply for such a small town, not a problem. I think I'm going to build the bus end station for vehicles coming back from this area before they go to the bus stop. And then our fuel truck can basically go refuel here, refuel the end station, refuel the gas station. Because the buses were already using the gas station, so they are not extra vehicles to refuel. It just takes a while to fill up the end station, I think. So one end station. And I think I'll put it down here in this area on the right side for the return buses. I would like to keep this area up for residential, so maybe we'll build it here, just a little bit further away. There's our snowplow sign. Yeah, should be fine. We'll relocate the snowplow sign and build the end station at the bottom of the mountain. And this entrance could also get buses from this side. If they go here, try to load and don't find any workers, they go back to the end station to wait again. But I think I still want the entrance to be curved like that. And then the no snowplow sign will be in the middle. I didn't check if it actually worked, but that's how it worked in the past. Not sure if it still does. Sometimes it didn't. Oh no, we did make a profit this month too. Just barely when it managed to squeak another export in to go over 14,000 ruble. Very nice. US dollars, sorry. I have to get used to saying US dollars all the time. When you play Workers and Resources for 1,000 hours and always deal with rubles, that kind of gets ingrained in your memory a little bit. We have to replant some trees. The logging area is getting a little bit sparse. I want my technical university. We need to finish the tunnel, so I can actually build a town that does have a technical university in the area. Also centralized heating. A large heating plant. That's what we need. So we can get rid of this heating plant and just put a heat exchanger here. We will probably need either a large one or two small heat exchangers. I think I'm gonna go with two small heat exchangers, so I can spread out the town a little bit more. And then maybe add a third one. Because if we have a large heat exchanger, a heat pumping station, sorry, we still can have one large heating pipe go here and then split it up into three small heating pipes. And then that's also 300 cubic meters of heat water, and it will allow this area to grow a little bit more, especially when less pollution will be generated over here. We can have more citizens start living over on this side. I don't want the average, I want the flat. Thank you. I misclicked. Okay, so we got another industry up. We did have to take out a loan for it, but it seems to be paying for itself. What's the construction doing over here? These are probably not in range of our construction offices. So we will have to make an assignment group to assign all of them. Extend our assignment group to our small construction offices. And put them onto the task of building all of this. Because it is quite far away. And now we combine this challenge that we have of no distribution offices and no of low tech with the challenge of you are not allowed to change construction offices except for priorities, and then watch that struggle. Because we would have to build another construction office to get to that side, probably from the customs house. Or just relocate them over into a free construction office, I guess. You didn't load any waste. We already have 3 storages. I hope this works. I guess we're gonna find out. I have to keep monitoring that. Looks like it's starting to pile up, but it's not actually being loaded. We will tell explicitly to load construction waste here, which the containers, the hopper cars can carry. And then we'll have to watch it on a return trip and see if it actually can load that from the cargo train station, which it should. I did use that once, but maybe they changed it again. $12,000 now. Looks like the price went up. Yeah, we had a price spike. I wonder if we're gonna get a message for that. I might have clicked that away. Oh, it hasn't happened yet. Sometimes these price spikes happen before the message comes up. Yeah, one train is parked in the other area now, so works fine. Okay, if the construction waste does not work, then I guess we will have to just send everything to the customs house, or the storage down here, which I didn't want to use for that. Well, mixed waste is starting to pile up because I told you to only load construction waste. We have emptied out the construction waste, we still have some metal scrap in here. Where's the metal scrap coming from? I don't have a scrap here. Oh, it's from tearing up something. Probably removing the logging camp generated some scrap. We still have to remove the dirt road over here. Prisoner count is acceptable. Police is not overworked. Courthouse is fine. Alright, let's see what you're doing. Do you load the construction waste or not? I don't know, it might only work with waste cars. I tried it with waste cars before. It does not load. Let's try again, but this time set the wait until loaded checkbox. Go to the waypoint again, turn around. If this works, then I have one more idea. I might need a second waypoint because the train is confused when it turns around here. Maybe it doesn't like driving into the cargo train station confused. Forcing it to wait until fully loaded will definitely ensure that it is not confused while trying to load. It does not like that and it is still confused. So go back to the waypoint, turn around, go to the next stop, turn around, go to the waypoint, and we will add another waypoint in front of the train station. Go to the waypoint again, turn around, and then go to the second waypoint, yes. Well, as soon as the construction train is away. It doesn't like turning around if there's a red signal. Because it checks the next block and it is not allowed, so... But once the construction train... Oh, we don't have a signal here yet. Next signal on that side. Only one train in this area. Okay, so second waypoint, unconfused. Still doesn't want to load it. Well then, I guess the whole idea with the waste storage here won't work. Unless we maybe try the... What if I tell you to load anything? Let's try that. Turn around. Go to the next stop. Turn around. Go back to this stop. So the waypoint did not matter, it looks like. But what if I tell you to load whatever exists? Okay, turn around. Tunnel boring machine. Very nice. Only on the eastern border though, but we are going towards the eastern border, so it's fine. So without the checkbox, no difference. Well then, this did work at one point. I specifically asked for it. What if I remove the checkbox here? Because what I don't want is this thing, which allows trains, but it also generates waste because it also generates pollution because the waste inside does degrade. But I guess if we had that and we were just storing construction waste in there, it wouldn't generate any pollution because construction waste doesn't do that. Well, I'm gonna get rid of that waypoint. I'm gonna get rid of the checkbox to wait until loaded again. And we'll try again once we have access to a waste train car. See if that fits in there without problem. Otherwise, I think I'll try and report that, because I think this should work. If I let a truck go here and pick up the waste, it would pull it from the cargo station, I think. No more construction waste, you can load anything. We will take a vehicle from up here and test it. With a free road cargo depot. Road depot, not cargo. We need to free up some of our free vehicle depots, because I have too many of them placed already. That one was too narrow, except for exactly that spot, which does work. So the goal here is, can you pick up construction waste if I tell you to load from the train cargo station? Load anything, bring it to the customs house, and come back. And if this works, then the train should also be able to load it. So it might be that it needs to be a waste truck, because usually these materials are transferred by conveyors and dump trucks. And I tested it previously with waste trucks, so maybe the train can only load it if it's a waste train through a factory connection. That might be the reason. Yeah, that's probably the reason. So as soon as we get a waste train car, this should work, I believe. And then the train can remove the waste from here. Construction waste and regular waste combined as mixed waste. So the solution will be just to get another cargo wagon and stick it to the back of the train. Maybe removing one of the train cars to make sure we don't block the road connection while it fills up with iron ore. Because if it blocks the road connection, as we already discussed, thanks for the tip from chat, this could lead to no workers getting up here and we're not producing any more iron ore, and well, the train doesn't fill up. But yeah, for that we need the train line to be built. And until then we might have to just export the construction waste to the customs house. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. In the meantime, we'll build towards this customs house. Get our connection to the oil pump jack here. Okay, the price is going back down. We're still gonna build all of this. We will have one vehicle running export. Just in case the price starts spiking again, I want to be a little bit prepared. But it will postpone us building the area up here. I want to build that if it starts climbing again. I don't want to build that right now. One other thing we could do is build either something here or focus our efforts on the tunnel and actually build towards the technical university, which might be the best idea. That would require us to sending more workers to the tunnel, which I guess means I just need to turn this construction office to auto search. And I guess if I do that, then I could also just move the vehicles into the other construction offices and get rid of that one to have it available when I start building at the other customs house. Probably need another dump truck. We have some money saved up, which is nice. I think I'm going to go for the KAZ. It's like half the capacity of the large dump truck. And also half the price. The road speed is terrible though. Well, we do have gravel roads and they only can drive 65 on the 60 only. So it would be perfect for gravel. And I don't have any intention of upgrading to asphalt actually. I'm just gonna go with gravel for now until we get a proper settlement. And then start building asphalt roads from there. Until I start making my own gravel, asphalt, concrete, I don't think I'm going to go out towards asphalt roads and like roads with street lights. So yeah, this will work fine. Get that dump truck. Slightly more capacity than the other vehicle, less road speed, but perfect for the for the gravel roads. Will allow us to transport more asphalt and gravel to construction sites. We'll speed things up a little bit. Yeah, when we turn the train around here, it slows everything down a little bit. Could have the waypoint a little bit closer so it's not as far, but shouldn't be a problem. We will leave everything assigned, and at some point, as I said, we will attach the cargo wagon. And I looked if we could pick it up by truck and transport it over, but it doesn't look like it. I should buy it now, when it's still cheap. But I think there's gonna be one that is even better than this one with double capacity. Although it doesn't really matter. 18 tons is plenty. Except, of course, we're gonna mix everything together, so the amount of waste will be double. Right now it's only construction waste, and in the future it's gonna be everything mixed together as mixed waste. I should get the construction waste out of this. I should define everything as mixed waste. And we'll store it in here. Which could, we'll bring it to the regular point right now. We'll make that change later when we actually have the carrying capacity in the area. For now, we'll focus on tunnel construction with more buses. Now we have 2 microbuses and 1 large bus that will perform the tunnel construction as soon as the construction officers don't decide to go to the construction sites over here anymore. But you have to, it doesn't sound like a lot of buses, but you have to remember that they go to the bus stop, bring workers, and then go to the bus stop again. They don't go back to the construction office. So it's actually a very short route for 3 buses, and they will bring a lot of workers relatively quickly to that construction site. Probably taking a decent amount of workers away from our industries. But hey, what can you do? I really want to get rid of this bump in the train tracks. I would need to probably tear down the road to flatten this out. So want to do that. I guess if both trains are in their loading stations, I could do that. And it wouldn't take too long because the construction office is right there. I could do it right now because, well, we'll wait for you to leave, and then we'll try and make that change. Before I do that though, I need the external waste storage for the construction office, so I guess it will take a little while longer. Oh, very well placed. With a power line in the way. That looks silly. Let me remove the trees so I can see what I'm doing. Power line is a little bit covered by that whole array of trees. Alright. We need that waste storage because the small construction office does not have an internal storage for waste. So when you do demolition, rail demolition, it runs into the issue that you can't put the waste anywhere. Looks like the power line's now in the way still. So we'll get that built, and once that is in place we can fix that bump here. This one, this drop in the rail line, hopefully without having to remove the road, but if we have to, we will also remove the road to do that. I want that bump gone. It looked silly. That's not representative of the Republic. When we ride our train in first person, it has to look nice all the way. Bus end station is done. So after you go to the iron mine, and before you go to the gas station over here, you have to bring fuel over to the bus end station. And the buses should just have the end station at the end. Preferably for the whole line. Oh no, I didn't rename that line yet. Karasna workers for the mine area. Nesting in neatly into our few lines that we have for our existing city. And to think that we will have to manage more lines per city, and then the interactions between the cities, that's gonna get very cluttered. What are you? You are an obsolete route, so that one can be removed. Fuel for the city, I think that's because I changed the line here. So this is the fuel for the mine in the city, and the old route can be deleted because there's no buses attached to it. This one was a waste test. The vehicle can go back into the technical office. And this is a transportation of vehicles from the customs house to the rail construction office. And our temporary clothing export to the west, to the east. Which I guess will turn into a permanent route, so if we unassign this vehicle, we can easily reassign it at some point. And you? Oh, you were probably a route for temporary... Oh no, you're set to load anything. Isn't that a specific route already? Probably change that. When I flipped you to construction waste and then flipped you back, you made your own route. Okay, the waste is starting to pile up. I will have to... I'm not making enough hazardous waste, so I will have to let you do a transportation run. So that we can keep up with the waste being dumped in here. This is all waste coming also from the mine area, so once we have a waste wagon attached to the train, this whole area probably will become obsolete and we can just dump it into these storages and the train will just handle it. Maybe with a larger storage, but a small one should be enough. Because the train runs very frequent. Normally. If there's no issues with our population at least. But yeah, the mine is profitable. And I think we're repaying our loan. Given enough time. So I think it was the right choice, even though the iron ore price looked really not that great at that point. But it seems it has stabilized. And with the increase in demand for steel, maybe this will hold out a little bit and keep the steel price to a reasonable level. Because we're continuously using steel for road construction projects. Sorry, rail construction projects. Gas station over here has been built. We'll get a dedicated vehicle. A small truck. Once we have a connection to the other customs house. No, we'll get it already. A W50 tanker truck will be enough. You'll refuel first, I assume? Yeah. Then after you're done, we'll put you on the route. Well, I guess we do need the road connection, otherwise you have to drive very far to fill that up. We only have a little bit of road left, we'll just wait. And set you on the route later. And after all of that is done, we can build towards the the pump jack. And get it set up. Hopefully the lines will work the way they are set up. After the bus end station has been filled, we can go back to the gas station to keep that one filled. It should be fine. I think it's set up okay. It's a little bit unfortunate with the waste storage, but I guess it is what it is. I want to merge it again, otherwise I think one train car can only load one type of waste, so I'd rather keep it as mixed waste since I'm dumping it away anyway. And in the future we can maybe consider splitting it up again. For now we will keep it split up so that the construction waste can still go in there until it runs full, and then if we don't solve it until then we will have to turn everything to mixed waste. I guess I should do that right now, because I might miss it, and then it runs full, and then this one runs full, and it's just gonna be a mess. Actually no, if it runs full then it will keep everything as mixed waste inside the building anyway. It does solve itself. So our lumber export train has been running for a while, our iron train is new. Let's check the wear and tear of our lumber train. It should be barely noticeable. 3% for 1.8 years, so 3% for 2 years. This train will last for a long time. Continue doing its job. Oh, making decent money now. We still have a loan to repay, but I'll just keep some money at hand. Make sure that one is fine. For this route we also need a waste truck to export, because this is not handled by technical services. I guess the one technical service up here has one waste truck too many. It is able to keep up with only one right now, so I'll move one of them down here. And we'll make it a waste truck route from here to stay until fully loaded and export to Barislav Customs. And we're not going to separate the waste out, it's just going to all be mixed waste. And yeah, once this is in place we can start demolition. And it shouldn't take long. The train line will be very quick. The road, I don't know. I guess we can put the bypass road in already. So let's give it a little bit of space maybe. Yeah, let's go over the mountain pass here. And then maybe come down this way. I will flatten this if I have to. That should give us enough room to work on this area. And only if we have to demolish the road will we need this, but we're going to find out soon. This waste storage is not going to take a long time to build. tunnel still at around 19,000 work days. It is getting a lot of workers, but it needs a lot of workers to get through this. I think we're losing population. Yeah, our population is starting to drop and now it's climbing again. We had a death spike. Might be from the initial migrant wave. That might be the reason that our people now went away and now it's recovering. So this might be the combination of all the migrant waves that we got at the beginning. I don't see any problems yet. Low government loyalty is a thing. But we don't have anything better than our monuments right now. I don't know if monuments would help in the commercial and industrial buildings. It might be a good idea to just put a large... Oh, we have 34% loyalty now. Never mind. Then the loyalty issues is probably just prisoners or something. I don't know. We do have 15 prisoners now, so... Let's put up the water amount. More workers here, make sure criminality is reduced. And then we can have up to 45 prisoners before we run into problems. If we get up to 30 prisoners, I will reduce the sentences, I think. For minor and medium crimes. Serious crimes should still be punished. But the other ones, we can be a little bit more lenient. Commerce and industry buildings highlight when you check the range of a monument. Yes, they do. I think every building that accepts workers does highlight. But I think we should probably make sure that the bus stop is covered where a lot of people wait. And maybe we should build one next to where a lot of people congregate. I think they do have an effect, but I'm not 100% sure. Like, even these buildings are highlighted. I don't know why the waste storages are highlighted. It's probably an idea to have a monument in here. I guess now that we're making a profit, we can afford one. Loyal trash. This one has a range of 70 meters. I want the party HQ and the Hall of Residence to be covered. Should be possible. Sorry, tree, we might have to flatten you. I guess I could have it over here. There might be more buildings incoming at some point though. I guess there's enough room to have a monument and a footpath going past at some point. We'll have it on the corner. Guess we can build it like that. On the corner directly. Because everyone is basically studying. And there's a lot of workers in these areas too. Meaning that this should have a nice effect on their loyalty. Everyone goes shopping. Lots of people go swimming. I guess the football playground might also be well visited during non-winter times, so maybe another monument in this area could be useful. See you, Stefan. Have a good day. I guess I'll just choose a few monuments, like... Oh god, this always is like, okay, this is the smallest monument. Oh. It's not the smallest monument, but... It looks like as if it is the smallest monument. We'll just build a plaque here. The range is only 65 meters. I guess everyone also goes to school, so we will have that in range of both of these buildings. And also everyone goes to the hospital. I don't think we can have the hospital in range though, the clinic. Oh, actually it will be. Excellent. That was less than 65 meters. Get that in place. Hello, what's the difference to using distribution offices? The difference to using distribution offices is just to showcase these are distribution offices. You place them down and you can select I want resources to be carried from a building to another building. And then you put some vehicles into it and it will automatically do the task. So we can, if I had a road connection, let me actually place it in an area where I can have a road connection. So this distribution office could have some vehicles in it, and then you could say, okay, I want to buy resources from here, load, and then unload in the shopping center, in this one, in whatever. Basically bring resources to different places. And the difference is we have to do that all with individual lines, so this is more like Railroad Tycoon, Transport Fever kind of gameplay. Basically when the game first came out and distribution offices weren't a thing. We are trying to relive that era, but now there's a lot more things that you have to worry about. So with our first settlement and 2 industries, or 3 industries, this is all the transportation routes that we had to make already. Including two train lines. Okay, I guess I messed up this train line, so let me copy the name, delete it, rename that one. Rename that one. So yeah, we're going old school, I guess. Which is going to become tricky as soon as we start having multiple settlements and they interact with each other, depending on their own resources. You can also think of distribution offices as deliveries on demand, whereas transport routes either continuously drive around, wasting resources if they don't need to, or they wait until fully loaded or unloaded, like these trains where it makes sense to wait until we have a full cargo load of material before we start running. But in areas like our shopping centers where it would be good to start sending food if we drop down to 2 tons of food, have an instant delivery of food into the building. Now we have a parking space here where we slowly unload all of the materials for the buildings basically. Except in our pub, there's a truck standing around all the time. So far no one has complained about it yet. Maybe the police cars can actually get here and not get in the way of this. If the truck is small enough. Maybe if there's a small truck here and there's still room, the police car can go in here and go back out. We haven't had any unsolved crimes, I don't think. Otherwise it would show up as a warning. But yeah, that's basically the challenge. In the beginning it's still gonna be fairly easy, and I'm focusing a lot on making this look prettier than my previous towns. But there is the possibility of this becoming quite difficult. Our waste storage has been built, so it's time to start the demolition. Both of our trains are currently in their train stations. I guess I will tell them manually to stop running. And then we'll demolish the railway. Which I want to demolish because it looks ugly. There's a bump here that I want to get rid of. And we might have to demolish the road for that too. But we'll see. Shouldn't be a tough task to do. It's just a short rail section. How long is that one? 14 work days. I'm surprised you haven't lost the building to fire due to blocked parking spaces. Fires automatically make vehicles leave a building as far as I am aware. So if there's a fire, I think the vehicles start driving away automatically to free up the space. So if you have our pump check and there's a tanker waiting on it to load, as soon as a fire starts, the tanker is going to drive off. making room for the fire engine to get into it, into the building. You're right, otherwise this would have been even more difficult, because you would have had vehicles running around all the time, leaving the parking spaces free, consuming a lot more fuel, but thankfully we don't have to do that. Alright, construction train. You are assigned. There's a train inside. There's a train all the way over here which will not find a path back. Well, that's fine. I'm going to force the other train back. I want to finish this construction. Call all vehicles home. And now do the demolition. I could have placed a temporary signal allowing the other train to leave. Wait a minute. Are we still going through that? You are building a different... Are you allowed to drive over the demolition site? Looks like you are. Well, I'm gonna call you home again because I want to finish the demolition. You're still not doing that. Is that paused? No, it is not. We're gonna unassign that. Otherwise we'd be sitting here for a while before it decides to demolish this train track, but apparently construction vehicles can go through non-demolished demolition sites, which is neat. I hope this is enough to flatten out the kink. We'll see. And all of that waste should go into here. Unless they added an internal storage, but I don't think they did. This is just for the citizens working here. Might have to shorten it a little bit more. We'll see. Nope. It goes in here, so it works fine. Need room for gravel too. Gravel goes into the internal storage of the building, so they will put the gravel into this storage. I hope it works. You might be right that we don't have room for gravel, so it can't finish the demolition. So I guess we'll discard some gravel. And then prefab panels in steel, which are also completely filled. This is slightly problematic. Overfilling the storages, I guess. Well, I guess we're gonna throw away some material to finish the demolition. And then we have to get rid of this. I have to get rid of the road, otherwise it's not gonna work. So we'll do the road in approximately the same area. We'll split the road here. And then get rid of this section. I had to split it, otherwise all of this road was occupied by different vehicles, so... We'll finish the demolition of this and then we can flatten out the kink in the area, which is basically this line, which is too steep. And hopefully it'll look better. Definitely for the train, mostly for the train track. But every other vehicle too. Shouldn't be too difficult. Should not interrupt too much. This is basically making things look pretty right now. Completely unnecessary. At least early game, I guess, but you know. We threw away steel to make things look pretty. I should have gotten a truck here to pick up steel and moved it away. I guess that's a problem for the demolition. We might need another storage for gravel and another storage for other materials. That's really annoying. Like, this makes rail demolition quite difficult because you can't just say fill it up only to 30% and leave some room. Yeah, I guess I guess we will have to build a proper large rail construction office at some point and maybe double up on the resources. I guess we don't need to double up. The incoming resources can just be a road cargo station, and then if they need to refill, they have to go to the storage first, then a refilling point, and then back into the building. No, not into the building, into the road cargo station. And that should make sure that we always have room inside the attached storages. Yeah, this was not something I anticipated, that a full rail construction office runs into these problems. Okay, demolition should be fairly quick as soon as the excavator gets here, which has to drive here manually all by itself. I have to replant some trees again. I wonder what this sound was made from. I don't think it's rusting trees. Sounds like a bag of chips. Actually, no. It's not a bag of chips. I think it's some plastic. Probably. Alright, there's our excavator. Finishing the demolition, and we need 3 waste pickups and then we're done. And hopefully we can get rid of this small bump in the road / train tracks. I didn't do that in the beginning because I felt like we were short on money, but now I'm doing it anyway. I kind of wish I removed more of the train tracks now. This is a very short section to try and fix this. Definitely have to start running the trains again soon. Okay, got the clinic, got the football playground, got the other kindergarten, which already will be covered by this, but also got the school, which was important. We have a decent amount of teachers, and I don't know if it affects the students, but it might be. It might do that. Maybe they have complaints about low government loyalty for working in buildings that aren't covered by monuments. And then they experience pollution or something else, and they have reduced government loyalty until they get back into the residential area. So overall this might be the correct thing to do. Okay, one more waste pickup. And then we'll smoothen out this area. Okay, we do need a gas station next to the customs house. Someone decided to turn around almost right before they arrived here, so a gas station in this area is probably going to be a good choice. I guess I'll put it on this roundabout looking thing. Road demolition is done. Let's see. That looks okay. Now, I don't know about you, but we do have the ability right now to make changes. Probably have to remove a little bit more train track. That's the road demolition tool. Well, let's try and smoothen out the area instead of making any rash decisions right now. I think it looks better, except it has a weird bump at this point now. Maybe we have to bulldoze all the, or remove this all the way up here where there's already a flat spot. Or I'm just okay with a little bit of a bump. It looks better. We'll have to remove a little bit of the terrain, but I think this is going to be it. This should be enough of a change. Yeah, I think this will look better. Still a little bit of a bump here for the road, but overall, I guess no, the road needs to change. The road needs to change. We still have that bump. I guess I'll have to use the terrain rising tool. There's a little bit of a dip here, but I think this is okay. I want my trains back. I need to export some more resources. Spending too much money now. Rail construction should be nice and quick. 2 construction tasks basically. 20 work days and then 8 work days. Should rebuild this. And the road should also be not too difficult. And if I tell you to continue running again, will you get stuck? You should get stuck, but are you going to drive back and forward? Yes, you are. Go to the aggregate loading station, please. Turn around. Otherwise you're just going to cause a traffic jam in the area. Then we might just have to tell you to wait there. Again. I can't deal with traffic jams on our bus route right now. Although our iron storage is almost full, so... Yeah, don't run right now, just wait. It's almost back. Okay, that was only like 18 days. 16 days even. But yeah, we'll be done soon. Meanwhile, tunnel construction down 18,800. I mean, the more people we have on the bus stop, the higher the chance that people will actually go to the construction site. But I still believe that I have to change the bus stops, the buses in the construction offices at some point to better vehicles that can carry more workers. Not right now, though. Deliveries will be a little bit slow into that area, but it is not urgent that it finishes fast. train line, on the other hand, should be completed as fast as possible. And they have just done that. At least I think they have. The train is just a little bit confused. Oh, definitely confused. You'll find the way. You'll get there. Yeah, the train will be able to go through as soon as the first one is in the customs house, since we made dedicated lines there. So a little bit of a improvement. That construction train went out, even though it wasn't allowed to. That was already reserved. Actually, this train should have chosen a different area. Not sure how it was allowed to go through that. Sometimes the construction trains get the ability to leave a block even though they're not allowed to. Like, it should have not been able to drive out with the other train already approaching and reserving the spot for itself. I guess we can solve that by another signal up here. So we can have one construction train waiting here. But the train heading back cannot go onto this block or this block until this block is free, which, if a train already has decided to move out, shouldn't happen. So the other construction train should wait in the passing track. That looks better. Okay, lots of iron ore already available. We arrived here before the storage went full, which is nice. And we can do a few exports in quite quick succession now. Probably 2 or 3 at most, before we have to wait again to load. But yeah, having the storage was a good idea, otherwise we would have wasted some productivity. Population went up again. Housing capacity is still at about, well, it's over 100 still, so don't need more houses just yet. Making a profit is nice. Domestic clothing storage, where we have access to rubles if we need to, is also filling up. And another fire in the museum. Already extinguished. The amount of students over the age of 21 is also slowly going down, but not too quickly, so the amount of staff and party officials seems about right. I think we're gonna have about 100% ratio of like highly educated of citizens if things keep going that way, which I don't necessarily want. I would like to do the research for the secret police to not make that happen, because then you can have teachers who are very disloyal. I guess we could spend a research point to get the secret police, and then the second research point to get the education for most loyal citizens only. But that doesn't really... It's not really a problem yet. People are still mostly loyal. So I don't know. Wow, you went full throttle into that signal. Sure. Alright, let's check the construction at Molna. which I guess is now a connected customs house, so we're gonna name it as such. This road is done. We will need the electricity in the area. To speed up the construction process, I'm just gonna hook it up with a dirt road, because we can upgrade that to gravel later. Right now getting the electricity is a higher priority. We also have our fuel truck over here, and for that one we are waiting on the connection to the customs house on this side, which has been completed now. And we're building a pump check. And the fire station isn't done yet, but all it needs is workers and a road craner. Should be done fairly soon. And I think we'll give it a decent fire truck, but not a very large one. Like, I intend to probably have 2 microbuses in this area with 8 workers capacity. Actually, I think I'm going to reuse the microbuses from the construction offices here and put Mars buses in that. So we'll move these microbuses out, reuse them for the line in that area, and replace them with Mars 309 buses with more worker carrying capacity. 1 worker on the fire station doesn't really make much of a difference, so we're also going to go here. And we'll move another bus in right away. We're going to name this lake because we're building past it. I'm just going to drop a name tag on top of it, and we're going to write lake after it. Singapore Lake. Which might allow us to remove this area. It does not. Probably because of the rail construction in this area still, which is not covered by this section if we were to remove it. But yeah, let's give the terrain some flavor by naming some of the landmarks. Why not? Kiarakush Peak and Singapore Lake. Why not? Don't think we have another landmark right now. The renaming of landmarks seems to work nicely. Yeah. Just adding a name tag and then the landmark type behind it seems to work quite neat for adding some flavor to the map. I think I have to have a train bringing in construction materials at some point, especially for the second town. I'll probably build a train towards the second town first, setting up the construction materials, setting up a construction industry, and then build a town from that. Oh, the other thing. Once we get to Molnar Customs, we technically could buy an EDK rail construction vehicle. Would be expensive, but we could. Theoretically, it could happen if we can save up the money for it. So our rail construction speed might go up. And we also have to plan a scrapyard, a large scrapyard, so we can move trains into there if we want to do that. I want to try something. I know that a large scrapyard can accept trains because it has a rail line connection, but can a small scrapyard hook up to a depot? I don't think it has any connection points. Like if you have a large scrapyard, you don't see it here either, I guess. Do we have a flat spot where I can test it? Oh, what's it on this side, I guess? We can smoothen out that terrain again later to make it look fine. So we have a small and a large scrapyard. And what the large one does have is basically the ability for you to place down parking spaces here for aircraft, so you can actually scrap them, which the small one does not appear to have. And I was wondering if you could, instead of an aircraft parking space, hook up a rail depot to that. But it doesn't highlight, so no, the trains have to go directly into the building. So that is not an option. Was just a thought. Fire station is up. Since this is... So... I was thinking one of these. The smallest fire trucks available, only 4 workers. I guess we could get 2 of them. I haven't used these ones yet. I think I should get 2 of these. At least I don't remember getting them. And then we'll need our microbuses to prevent fires from spreading in this area. Just going directly. Well, I guess I can leave everything enabled on the unloading. Going directly into this with line spacing. And hopefully we'll get more profit out of the oil well than we're spending on the fire brigade. We also need a western tanker. I think 1 will be enough. And that will deal with the export of the oil. So the Mark P has a little bit less carrying capacity, but the engine power is way lower. So the fuel consumption should be less, I believe. And otherwise it's about the same. Now we just have to wait for the pump jack to finish construction, so we can assign it, which shouldn't take very long, and the electricity will happen after, and then this whole area is up and running, and we can just wait on the rail line to finish construction. And this will give us a nice bit of income to the eastern border, which means we could theoretically stop with the logging exports and focus that purely on the west. What's the oil price now? Okay, I think the game realized that I was building an oil pump and said, oh, you want to make money? No. We'll keep exporting some boards and some oil to the east, just to keep a baseline of income in rubles. Lost a little bit of money because of the vehicle purchases, but that's normal. And yeah, those western vehicles looks excellent. Quality of detail on those models is very good. I mean, for a game where you can have tens to hundreds of those vehicles, they look very good. So we're just waiting for the last few construction materials. Get this built. I guess we'll wait for the completion message. I'm not going to sit around. In the meantime, we'll have our fire brigade here, carrying enough workers back and forth that even during winter without road clearing we should be fine. So we don't have to worry about that. Unless we need more than 8 firefighters on the on a pump check, but hopefully not. I don't know what determines the amount, but I assume small buildings like a pump check are quick and easy to extinguish as soon as you get there. It's a decent amount of workers. I gotta say I'm fairly happy with being able to set up a working industry area quite early. Yes, we have a loan, but we're basically profitable. Maybe not this month because of the vehicle imports, but I didn't expect to get profitable with logging, an iron mine, and a clothing factory. I guess the clothing factory might be pulling a lot of weight in this. But the iron mine is probably not to be underestimated. I think the iron mine is gonna pull a lot of weight too. So iron ore exports are slowly starting to catch up to the clothing, but yeah, clothing, 200,000 US dollars. That's very high. The iron price wasn't that great though, so we were still struggling with a relatively low iron ore price, and if that starts going up, then yeah. You love clothing? Well, I was about to make a pun here. Ah, sure, why not? It doesn't have a transparent. Oh, it does have one. Okay. Don't think I can. Well, I guess we'll have to keep that name, but we have a name for our clothing factory now. It's Adidas. I'm glad you like it, Mega Monkey. Hopefully I don't get any cease and desist letters. It's not a real brand. I hope. It might be. Like it's... I think it has 4 puns in it. But yeah. Anyway, let's not dwell too much on that. Okay, we got our electricity. As soon as I turn on the imports, only the smallest capacity is fine. And then we'll also plan to upgrade this road, just to have it be permanent. And now the last bit we need is the construction of the pump jack. 2 road cranes, 2 buses heading here. Should be fine. I don't know if I like the whole running into a signal and then turning around. I think I'm gonna build a loop. Let the train turn around somewhere back here maybe. I guess it's gonna be awkward. Well, we do have space here, so... The loop into the diesel station could go back and loop in on itself. I guess it doesn't matter right now. This is working, even if it looks a little bit weird. The other one would allow it to just travel full speed back down here and then back up and basically achieve the same thing. But I think right now this is probably the quicker way. Almost 7,000 US dollars per train load of lumber, which isn't bad. At some point we might have to reuse this train to go in between the lumber area and then another area for bricks or prefab panels. Maybe once we find a source for coal, we can consider that. I guess if they put an iron vein right on top of the mountain, then maybe the coal vein is on top of a mountain too. Not here at least. I wonder if this is all iron. Yes, this is all iron. So if they are going by the fact that mountains might be coal, iron veins, I don't know. In real life, coal is not necessarily found just in mountains. Looks like there's nothing here, at least not iron or coal. Oh, there's a tiny amount of, there's some coal here. I guess I didn't pay close enough attention. But the source seems quite low. Yeah, there's like just general coal here. Very low quality, but there is coal. Seems like someone just brushed everything here. Coal, oil. Oh, pump check is working. Very, very slowly. Even one truck will be overkill. It's so slow. But we will have a source of oil and slowly export that. So if the oil price goes up, we can make a profit from it. The downside of this whole thing is probably that it's outside of the range of the repair station, so we will have to build a settlement in the area to make sure that we can maintain the vehicle. Otherwise it's just going to run itself completely broken down. Alternatively, I could think about maybe making some sort of stop here, where it drives into the range of the repair station and then it realizes it can get to the repair station. I don't know. I think we just have to get a settlement into this area in range. I guess we could have it here or here. This probably makes very little amount of pollution. Well, the truck won't have to run very often, the way that is producing. And the oil price is going down anyway, so the investment into that is maybe a little bit misguided. We probably have to tear that down and place the pump jack and move the vehicle over to the better oil quality sources. But that's for later. Yeah, at least we got an iron source. Fairly happy with that. It's also a first step to an early steel mill, which would only be one research away. So if we find a nice coal source, at some point we can just say, okay, we're gonna research a steel mill. But we do need a technical service before that. And until then, hopefully the continued iron ore price, the iron ore exports will keep the steel price manageable. Steel is still going up, so doesn't seem to have too much of an effect on it. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. I am going to take a break, and I don't know if I will be back later. Steffen started his stream, so we are going to rate him again. If you want to stick around, he streams in German, but he can talk in English if you want to. He will probably greet you in English and then switch back to German. If not, I wish, or in both cases, if you're not going to stick around, and even if you are, have a good day, take care, all the best, and maybe I will see you next time.